the Monero community, where all are welcome to join. From noob to maxi, no matter what bags you hold. Just sit back and relax to the sweet sounds of Monero's latest progress. Or if you're feeling inspired, join us on stage. Remember, the only thing that can stop Monero is a false belief that it can be stopped. And if you want to win the revolution faster, we recommend you remove your XMR from all custodial exchanges immediately. Warning, voting accidents are common around here. Don't forget to properly secure your private keys. Monerotopia starts now.
All right. Just sending out a tweet here. Let everybody know we're live. What's going on, man? How's the sauna?
Oh, it's very nice.
Podcasting from the sauna.
Might as well be. That's actually pretty cool in here.
Nice digs. Nice digs. I like it, man. I like it. Yeah. What's going on, man? Did we have you last week? It's all a blur. Did I see you last week?
Yes.
Okay. It was a week before we didn't have
before. You. Yeah. Yep. I am, as Doug likes to say, at an undisclosed location because power is out at my house, along with probably like 5 million other people. So.
Yeah, you guys got hit hard, or was just
oh yeah, super hard. It was very surprising because I live fairly inland, and we've never had like a hurricane actually come through this part of the country, at least in my lifetime. Because we don't live on the coast, but the one that came through Florida just ripped through where I live, and yeah, there's just trees everywhere, power lines down everywhere, and there's not very many places that have power. So a couple downtown.
What elevation are you at? You're in the hills?
A little bit, yeah, definitely a little up high, which is also what made it surprising that a hurricane was able to just sweep right through here. I mean, it was downgraded by the time it got to me from what it was when it hit land originally, but it was still strong enough to where, our infrastructure and our stuff is not. We don't think about hurricanes ever coming through here.
You're not built for hurricanes, yeah.
No. And so one did, basically. It was like a cat 1, cat 2. And it did come through, and it was bad. So we're going to have power out for a little while, probably several days, if not a week.
I'm sure Bawdy has some good theories on who created that hurricane.
I'd love to hear it.
Oh, shit, man. How was the rain situation? A lot of rain?
A lot of rain over the past, like it wasn't a ton of rain on the main day, but it was raining a lot prior to that anyway. So that also made it easy for trees to fall because the ground was total mush. And yesterday I was just helping a friend basically chop up a tree that was in their driveway, partially hit their house. And yeah, it's crazy.
That is the one silver lining when these things roll. Like, it brings communities together, right? People are then out and about, helping each other, meeting their neighbors for the first time. Yep. Like, oh hey, there's a positive side to those events.
No, it's weird. I mean, like, we went for a drive, and just like everybody's out, everyone's out. Right, it's like people have returned to pre-internet era. People are actually doing stuff together in real life.
One of my best all-time New York nights, 24 hours, was when we lost electricity here, and like when I was just finished. No, I was in college. I guess I was in my senior year college. I was during the summer, and I was taking summer classes in between. And that was when, I don't know if you remember, like, I don't know how old you are, when the whole like East Corridor went down, like major outage. And New York City, all of New York City was out for like 24 hours. And it was just amazing. The streets were just alive with people. It was like a hot summer night. Everybody was outside, sitting on their stoop, walking around, interacting. I set up post in a bar that was like, it's actually the oldest bar in New York City. It's called McSorley's. It's still around. But was good about them is they had like old school refrigerator, like these large old school refrigerators, so they were able to keep their beer cold despite the fact that all the electricity went out. And it was was just great, man. It was people were being, we were just like living. It was like you're at, it was like you're at Pork Fest, but it was in New York City. Everybody was on the streets, even like all the stores, because the electric was out. They like set up shop in front of the store, right? So people were out in front selling water. Yeah, there's something about technology, right? Is it bringing us closer, or is it tearing us apart, right? Like we all live in these cities where we're on top of each other, but in many ways, everybody's on their own. But in events like that, you start to see like life starts to blossom again. Once the technology disappears, life instantly starts to like come back to its natural state. I don't know, man. I guess
it's weird. I mean, even something as ubiquitous as cellular service has been very, very spotty, if not working, for a lot of people. So I mean, that's something people rely on heavily. So not having that is really like makes you have to plan stuff out more in your head, like, oh, if I'm going to go here or I'm going to talk to this person, I need to make sure they have everything they need, because I'm not going to be able to call them, it's like going back to but
yeah, remember when you used to have to like plan to meet up? I mean, you're too young, man. You don't even remember those times. I mean, there was a time when cell phones didn't exist, beepers, right? It was like when you plan to meet up with somebody, it was like, all right, man, I'm gonna see you in that place, in this faraway place in 10 hours from now. Let's both agree on the fact we'll be there. Now people don't even agree to last minute, right? Because everybody's like constantly they can pivot at any time.
Yep.
It's just different times. Let's take Monero talk to 10. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do it today. What are we at? How many subscribers are at? I feel like we've been stuck at.
I think it's close.
Like 9.7K or something, 9.8K.
Let's see. It's 9.8K. Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Like and share, guys.
Like and share, subscribe. Listen, I don't want to toot my own horn here, or our own horn, but this has got to be the best show in crypto, right? Like, yeah, maybe the quality isn't the best, but the content, the things we talk about, the honesty, the genuineness, the intelligence. I'm not referring to myself, I'm referring to the other people that come on this show. We do a good service by getting more eyes and ears towards this show. We're helping anybody that comes across this show is going down the right path. So definitely like and share. Let's get it up. We have 46 live viewers. Let's get that number out there. Retweet it, guys. Retweet it. The more we retweet it, then we start to get noobs. There's a lot of noobs coming in here. When I did a live show this week, I did a Monero talk this week with the last
one. It's great.
Yeah.
That was great.
Yeah, it's great. I saw you in the chat, but I saw like a lot of like noobish chat comments coming in, which is a good sign. Like people that were just stumbling across it for the first time. Yeah, we got to do more of that. I'm gonna put into the chat xmrchat.com/Monero Use that to send us your super chats. Use that to send us all your chats. Even if you want to send a regular chat, just set the fee super low. Use whatever, 2 cents. Use 5 cents. Just let's use Monero. Let's get to the point where we have so many super chats coming in on this show. We have so many subscribers that we're generating 1,000 Monero transactions within 4 hours. That would be amazing. It's doable, right?
1,000 super chat. Yeah, supposedly.
Yeah. All right, guys. We won't waste too much of your time during this intro. And I know Tux wants to grab a bite to eat, grab a snack before he passes out. We'll have the price report in the interim. I guess we'll just quickly shill Monerotopia.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Let me bring that up. All right. There
you go.
Oh, sorry. You brought it up and then I took it down. Okay. So yeah, Monerotopia, guys. You should all know about it by now. Happening November 14th through the 17th in Mexico City at an amazing venue. Same place we did it last year. It's just going to be bigger and better. 4 days or 3.5 days instead of 2.5 days. We got tons of projects and speakers on board. Tickets just recently went up, more so as a stick than a carrot. We're trying to punish those who haven't yet bought a ticket. We want you to buy your tickets sooner than later. So please buy them if you're thinking of attending, and please spread the word. Tell your friends. That's the most important thing you guys can do to help us out right now. Is obviously number one, attend the event. Number two, tell your friends, tell people, share it, get the word out. Get the word out on social media, post it in forums. Nobody's doing us the service of spreading these things for us, right? They're like, Monero is a very grassroots community. Just like with this show, we're saying, trying to get above 10K subscribers. The algos aren't helping us, right? We're not on the side of the algos. Nobody has the incentive to spread Monero. That's part of the establishment. So we got to do it among ourselves. So that's with the conference as well. So like it, share it, spread the link, the Monerotopia.com link, and tell people about this amazing conference. It really is a fantastic scene. Any new people to we have this guy, I don't want to mispronounce his name, Cangrejo. He's from he'll be representing Basic Swap. He was at Monero Con. Great dude. We are adding Woodzer. I didn't put him up here. Woodzer will be a speaker. Well, he's the guy who created Havino, among other. He's made other contributions to the Monero ecosystem as well. Super awesome dude. I actually know him quite well. Very, very good guy. He'll be attending. Very happy about that. We have Andres and Escuela Bitcoin that are running Spanish talks. We'll be adding a bunch of Spanish speakers. Hope to have like 2, maybe 3 a day, and thinking they'll be on the main stage as well, since we'll have enough time with the extra day. We could keep everybody on the main stage dome, so we'll have components of the conference dedicated to local Spanish speakers, so they can come and enjoy it as well and learn a lot about Monero and privacy tech. All the privacy tech projects. Vlad as our host. Maybe we'll throw another host in there. We added another workshop. We had the guy that was on here a couple of weeks ago, Urban Hacker. So he's going to come and do a workshop on Tor, which is super cool. And I believe he speaks fluent Spanish as well. So he's going to be kind of giving the 101 on how best practices for using Tor and why you should run a Tor node, all that jazz. He'll be doing that in English and in Spanish. So, I mean, people that are coming down there, from noob to maxi, we always say it's you're welcome at Monerotopia, and you will get something out of it, whether you're a complete noob or you're an expert. We have all levels of challenge at Monerotopia, right? Like, if things are too simple for you, go have a conversation with Luke Parker. Go to if you can handle that, go down that road. Go talk to guys like that at the conference. I mean, there's gonna be so much freaking brain power there. It's good stuff. You will have an amazing time. Anything else to bring up? Adoption Alley people are always adding new ones. Reach out if you want to be a part of Adoption Alley. If you're offering, if you have some business that you accept payments in Monero, preferably if you kind of like run off of Monero as a business, we definitely want to put you up there. Reach out to us. We will gladly add you to Adoption Alley. Just ask maybe for some in-kind thing where we ask you to spread the word about Monerotopia.
You know somebody that accepts XMR, then hit them up and see if they want to be a part of this.
Yes, please do that. Media partners, reach out to us if you want to be a media partner. Reach out to us. We might add a speaker or two. I guess it is really getting tight now too, because I'm going to put the Spanish speakers up there. But yeah, if you're also
since we have a slot at Cake, we may use it. I'll probably speak about like our new air-gapped wallet solution or hardware wallets in Monero in general. We're still deciding, but
okay. Yeah, whatever you guys want to do, obviously. Tremendous thank you to Cake, a main stage sponsor, 3rd year in the row. I mean, this conference would have never happened without Cake in the first place. So tremendous thank you to them. Bitmain is also our main stage sponsor. We haven't added them to the site yet.
So did they come through?
They haven't paid the bill yet. They haven't paid the bill. They are so committed. It's like we've been passing the contract back and forth. It's like, oh, can you dot that I and cross that? Like, all right, well, redot the I. So I don't know. But I would be shocked if they backed out at this point. That'd be such a dick move. Yeah, I don't think they'll do that.
It would only be hurting their reputation even more.
Yeah.
From what they already have in the Monero community. So
yeah, we're ready for you, and then hopefully we'll get them on the show as well. We'll get them on Monerotopia because we want to talk to them, right? So that'll be super cool. Oh, we got some tips. We got some super chats coming in. No Tanubi tipped $1. Here's more than 20 cents for Doug and Tux. Thank you, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
So much. Thank you for using XMR super chat, XMR chat. Shortwave server, always good for a tip. 25 cents. Some Monero Chad sent me a donation that will be buying my Monerotopia ticket. If you're listening, much thanks. Wow. Amazing. The Monero, oh my God. Alaskanon is one of those amazing individuals, like super generous, just constantly helping people out in the Monero community.
And this one, I forgot to click this one earlier. Conundrum tipped $20.02. Wow. Great show. Love you guys. You rocks. Thank you, Conundrum. You rock as well.
Cheers, man. Thank you so much, guys. And all of the XMR chat, super chats that I receive go towards continuing to build xmrchat.com. So what else do I... Oh, yeah. Email us at monerotopia@protonmail.com if you want to potentially be that final speaker we add, if you want to get added to Adoption Alley, if you have any other ideas about the conference, if you want to participate in any other way, reach out to us, collaborate with us. If like you really want to come, but you can't afford it or something, I don't know, can't promise anything, but maybe we could try to help make things happen. Yeah, that's it for now. Monerotopia@protonmail.com. That's it for the shilling. Workshop. The workshop, not the workshop, the hackathon, which we're now calling it a build-a-thon, actually. So we're realizing hackathon really isn't the proper term.
Not really hacking anything. You're building.
Well, it's not. Teams aren't going to be competing, right? So anybody that's participating, they're actually going to all be working together. So it's not going to be a competition. It's going to be a build-a-thon where you're building with fellow, not even necessarily Monero people. We're trying
to actually make it productive and have something good come out of it.
I think Deverick was saying like Node.js. What's the programming language?
Oh, Node.js or JavaScript.
Yeah, I think now, but yeah, or he's looking for certain developers with certain skills. You don't necessarily even have to be a Monero person, but obviously, if you're listening to the show, you are. So he's trying to bring in certain devs with certain types of skills. Get maybe 5 to 8 people together that will be working on it all weekend long. I did spring for the build-a-thon house. So we do have a place where the builders, the hackers, will be staying in walking distance to the venue. We rented like a whole house. We'll hold like eight people. We'll hold 8 people. I'll probably be staying there. Yeah, so guys, reach out if you want to participate. If you think you got the chops, and Deverick, you just have to talk to Deverick and Shill. Once again, easiest way, I guess, reach out to Monerotopia@protonmail.com. There are other ways to jump. I don't know what their signal is. We create a signal for them, but if all else fails, just send me an email and I will put you in touch if you want to be one of the hackers, one of the builders of the build-a-thon. They're going to be focused on basically improving BTC Pay Server, improving BTC Pay Server from the standpoint of Monero. As of today, there is a plugin for Monero you can use Monero on BTC Pay Server, but my understanding is BTC Pay Server is going to be getting some upgrades, and they want to make sure Monero stays up to date with those upgrades, plus adding some additional things that will make it easier. My dream is if by the end of this, somebody like me can easily add BTC Pay server to my website for anybody who's using, a WordPress WooCommerce plugin website. Make it so those people can very easily add Monero via BTC Pay server. I think it's pretty easy right now. I want to even easier, right? Like where it's as easy as adding Monero Gateway. So you don't even have to necessarily run your own instance of BTC Pay. Just kind of make it, like you're just adding a plugin. So that will be the focus of the hackathon. Reach out if you think you want to be a part of that. And that will be the end of my shilling of Monerotopia. We are at 100 live views, guys. Keep getting the word out, and we will move on to price report. And from there, we will have our special guest. We're going to have Monero Nodo on. So I know we've all been waiting patiently for the Nodo, myself included. Nobody's been sitting on their hands. I can tell you that. We've had issues with the manufacturing. It's all going to happen now. But in the interim, there was a lot of building taking place. So things just continue to evolve. So we're going to have Abdullah on and Brindel. And they're going to show you the latest software that we have for the Nodo. And we're going to talk about, all our trials and tribulations and when they will be shipping. They'll be shipping. I think I can literally say now, like 2 weeks. I know that's a meme, but I think we're literally, that's where we're at. They will definitely be at the Monerotopia conference because that's how we'll be running the marketplace. If that doesn't happen, it'll be tragic. Obviously, we'd be able to figure something else out, but it would be tragic for me. So we will make that happen. So yeah, Abdullah and Brindel coming on to give us the Monero Nodo update. But first, we will do the price report.
All right, let's get into it.
The Monerotopia Price Report segment is sponsored by Exolix, a privacy-focused, non-custodial instant crypto exchange. Go to exolix.com to enjoy secure and completely anonymous swaps with no KYC or sign-up. Swap between Monero and 2,000 plus assets at the most competitive rates and with no limits. Exolix.com, your fast and secure way to privacy.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Right,
Bawdy.
Good morning.
Good morning, GM.
Oh man, I'm seeing my price target. It feels so far away now. It felt so close like a week or so ago. Now it feels so far away.
Well, I mean, it's weird actually. The rest of the crypto market was kind of pumping this week, and we took a big pullback.
What the fuck? Unbelievable, right? Like Monero is more popular, known than ever. Entire market goes up, and Monero.
It's giving us time to buy. So I see this happen. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like I anecdotally see this happen a lot, where the market pumps, Monero kind of sits back, and then like a few days, a week later, then Monero seems to like also pump.
Yeah, I've noticed
it seems
that
to
too.
pump when nothing else moves, right? Yeah, when nothing else.
It's giving you time to buy.
Yeah, I mean,
giving us a long time to buy.
We've had these dips that have been happening, and look like it's another one, right? If you're trying to refill some bags, if you've been spending Monero, you need to top up those bags. Hey, it's a good time to do it.
True.
Although I always feel like a maxi when I'm like, that's good. Now I can just buy more. It's like, okay. Like if the price pumps, it's like, ha, I told you so. And then if it dips, they're like, oh, well, weak hands, bro. You just got weak hands, and I'm going to buy more now. Ha ha. It's like
total cope. But it is true, man. I mean, that's my mindset, right? Just build, earn, build it. Like you're watching.
I just use it.
You're watching the utility of it grow. So if you're focused on that, you're excited and you feel like you're winning, right? If we were looking at this and like, nobody's using Monero, the dark markets are not using Monero, and that would be tragic days. But it's the opposite. More and more people, you go on XmrBazaar is getting some traction. It's getting some traction like that. That is exciting to me. Obviously, we want the price to go up, but when you're focused on that element, the chart just looks like it's been, going up and up and up and up.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just like misinterpreting that. I wish we had some better stats on that. It just feels anecdotally that there's more and more adoption happening. Obviously, XmrBazaar is showing that.
It feels that way. We don't see it too reflected in the transaction counts. Like lately, we saw a bump up above 30,000, 35. We're kind of headed back down now. Maybe that's a price thing where, I don't know, some people got some gains. Everyone was buying Monero during the downtimes, and now people are taking profits. Maybe it's all flawed. I don't know.
Yeah, it's incredible that the actual usage hasn't kicked into the point yet where it's reflected more in the trend. It feels like It feels like transaction count is more affected by like price than usage for what we feel is like genuine usage. Like we haven't grown to that point yet. I feel like where the genuine usage of people sending peer-to-peer transactions is starting to really boost the transaction count, if that makes sense.
I mean, I think it's undeniable. The amount of speculators and investors in the crypto industry is like vastly outweighs the amount of people that actually use it, regardless of whatever coin it is. So
yeah. So there'll be that day. I guess we won't know when it happens, but where actual like real transactions become a higher percentage of the network than speculators.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, we should see these transaction counts slowly climb over time as more and more people adopt it, more and more people start using it for payments, even if it's just gift cards, right? What we want to see is people. Well, we want to see new adoption, but we also want to see the rest of the crypto market for their gift cards and all that other stuff, Travala, etc., transition into Monero just because, like, hey, why not? Like, why wouldn't you have privacy? Look at what everything the government is doing. Is like it's slapping you in the face here for the past like 6 months, for the past year, about all the kinds of crazy stuff they're doing. So it's like, why wouldn't you just use Monero? You don't have to think about the privacy. It's basically better than everything else out there. But so far, like we just haven't seen that reflected to a great extent in our transaction counts. Maybe it's just the long game, right? Maybe we just have to keep doing this for the next few years.
xmrchat.com, like we were saying, like I'm saying, oh, imagine if we got 1,000 super chats per show, right? Like, all right, that might be a little far-fetched, but what isn't is if large podcasters with large followings start moving over to maybe we get that first like libertarian podcaster who's a little bit not on the not normie edge, and who's like, oh, I'm gonna try out XMR chat. If you get enough of those, I mean, getting 1,000 transactions per day just via XMR chat alone is conceivable in my mind.
That would be amazing. Like, it would also be really cool because you'd be able to tell us what percentage of the total transactions were from XMR chat, right? That's a statistic we would be able to track.
Exactly.
All right.
Alrighty.
I just wanted to comment
enough cope. Tell us the price.
I just wanted to comment on Tux's old school podcasting studio. This is the kind of podcasting studio your grandparents used back in the day.
Thank you. Right. Yes, it's very nice.
It is actually pretty cool. Yeah, it looks cool. Okay, so we've got the Monero chart sitting in front of us here. We got it back. I think we even talked about. We said, hey, there could be nefarious entities still out there that might do nefarious things to try and keep the price from going up, right? Don't expect that necessarily that this is a moment to break out, although it could be, which is terribly non-specific and non-committal. I know. It does raise an eyebrow here that Monero has dropped significantly to the tune of 11%, while everything else basically either was flat or went up. But it is what it is, whatever. That's fine. Just another opportunity to
maybe everybody's moving over to Dero.
Obviously, bro. Please, it's not even a question. In fact,
maybe that's
change this to Derotopia. Just change the name. It's over.
Since Monero's so traceable,
that's
and
right.
Dero is perfect.
Yeah, there's still Dero shills out there. It's on Twitter, and they're just like saying all this nonsense. I'm like, bro, come on, what's up with that? They follow me, so I don't want to like I don't know. I don't want to like crap on Dero too badly, but it's also
I know. It's like, but it's so annoying. It's like, Jesus Christ, guys! Like you're getting crushed. Like your project has been completely destroyed, and then you're sitting here trying to throw stones at Monero. It's like, what are you doing? Just be. I've always said this about them. If they could just be a little bit more open and honest about their project, and like they would. People might actually show some interest towards it, but their attitude is like they just look like complete numbskulls.
Well, if it was that, like, so there's a lot of them that are like that for sure. There's a few of them out there, like the Dero shills, that are also like very pro Monero and they engage in a positive manner. So it's like they talk about Dero. Like I'll read one of their posts, right, and I'll be like, oh, that's a good post, and then they're like, and also Dero, blah blah blah, and I'm like, I now I can't like the post. I'm sorry, bro. Unlike, or I might have like liked it in the first half and then unliked the post reading the second half.
Yeah, Kevin's saying that Tech Leak guy created the fun. Yeah, we've had him on this show. I recommend you go watch that one. It was amazing.
Yeah, Tech Leak blocked me. Or he
torn apart by Luke Parker.
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember that. Holy crap, that was brutal for him, obviously. Yeah, this is the Dero chart right here in front of us. They've also come down to the tune of, I guess, from the wick. What are we on the daily? Yeah, so they've come down about 21%, but they actually had a nice bump here. Let's actually do XMR divided by Dero. I lost the E key on my keyboard and I can't actually replace it. Hey, what the hell? Maybe I just can't look at this one. XMR USD divided by, oh, I bet you Dero isn't even on the crypto. Dero's probably not even on the crypto list. Yeah, so we've been pumping against Dero. A little bit of a drop here lately. 35%. Yeah, I mean, but Dero, I mean, obviously it's moving massive percentages since since down here, right? This is XMR versus Dero. So as this XMR is doing better than Dero. Obviously that's from the Dero crash or whatever. All right, anyways, enough about Dero. Let's go back to Monero here and see what we got with the Bitcoin to Monero ratio. Unfortunately, obviously with Bitcoin pumping a little, pumping would be a strong word. Bitcoin gently moving towards the upside, Monero gently moving towards the downside. Those two compounded kind of as a slump in the XMR USD ratio. Let's take a look here. Again, I'm not sure if you can see that, but this line right there is the very, very long-term lower standard deviations. We are now below that. Okay, that's not great, but I don't know if I believe that necessarily any of that's real. Oh, when we talk about nefarious people doing things to the price, we always talk about price divergences, although nothing to see here. This chart doesn't give us anything. Polo's kind of a little bit more schizophrenic than everyone else, oscillating between -1.5% and maybe +1.5% relative to Kraken. But yeah, nothing to see there. Monero versus gold. Yeah, we're going to look at a few charts versus gold today. Since gold is the belle of the ball right now. Yeah, so Monero has had a little bit of a dip related to the gold price. It's not huge, right? This is the weekly chart, so this is a long time frame. But yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? Gold's pumping, Monero's flat, so we've got a little bit of a drop here. At this moment, this chart really feels to me like it wants to occupy this zone for a period of time. So I wouldn't necessarily expect Monero to take off relative to gold anytime soon. I might even expect it to drop some more. So, let's go ahead and take a look at the gold chart because gold did break a very, very long-term resistance trend line. Now, when I say break, be careful about that. I don't exactly mean that it's a confirmed break, but it definitely poked its head above this very, very long-term line. Let's go to the monthly. We looked at this last week. But this is, it's actually a very simple line. We have 3 connection points finally, but it's such an easy, big, broad line to draw. So this is back from 1980. That's where we connect the first point. And then the 2011 blow off top for gold, we connect the next point, and then we have finally touched that again. So this basically constitutes a rising wedge formation, and this thing is going to break towards the upside. But as we've talked about so many times before, look at the dates down here. Right, this thing might take until the end of the decade to actually break above. I don't think it's necessarily going to take that long, but from just the pure pattern of this chart, it could take until the end of the decade. Right, we could have 5 more years before this thing actually breaks out, truly breaks out. However, I don't think that's going to be the case. I think that there's a good chance that this thing. So notice this wick right here. We've already wicked. So the weekly close was right at the line, but the wick got above the line. We actually talked about this last week too. We said, hey, if this thing is going to be bullish and communicate a good chance of breaking sooner rather than later, expect a wick up, maybe for it to come back down, do this for a little bit, and then to break again. Or if it just continues with strength next week and kind of does this and then finds support down there, holy crap, that's the time to put a shitload of money into gold, because I mean the thing's just gonna, that kind of chart pattern is like a classic, you know, you break the thing with strength, you come back, you test it, sellers, whatever, and then you just you pounce to the upside. So that could be in the cards for gold here. That legitimately could be. After that, my next eyeball area would be this purple line, and you'll notice this purple line. So again, this is like the standard deviation of the moving standard deviation, which is a bit of a mouthful. I like to call it standard deviation prime because it kind of mimics derivatives, where you have like your derivative and your derivative prime. It's a concept I think I invented. I don't know. Maybe there's some math genius out there that did it before me decades ago, or whatever. Please don't take that as me claiming to be a genius. I got hit in the head way too much yesterday to consider myself a genius this morning, at least. Anyways, this purple line here is sloping towards the upside. So that would kind of be my next target. If we end up breaking that major line, then I would expect this chart to eventually make it to that purple line. And that would be like a hardcore sell point for me. That would be like, all right, I love gold, but hey, smartly, I've got to do other things with my money that makes sense than to hold it at such an obvious point. Obviously, that'll be tempered against the background of whatever might be happening in the macro sense and the rest of the world. If shit's going crazy, maybe I'll sell my gold and buy brass or lead or something. That's always the currency of, hopefully not, but if shit collapses, right, or shit crashes, like brass and lead are the currency of the future, hypothetically. Okay, so yeah, that's gold. So because it's been rising, we're going to take a look at a few charts relative to gold, like Bitcoin. So one thing that you might find interesting is that Bitcoin has not actually made a new all-time high, even though in dollars, Bitcoin did just barely eke out a new all-time high, just above like 71. But in terms of gold, Bitcoin has not made a new all-time high, which is kind of unsurprising, right? There's been all the inflation, so of course everything's making new all-time highs in dollar terms, but divide by gold, right? Because everyone that has a slightly libertarian leaning, except for the maximalists, realize that gold kind of is a stable asset over long periods of time, with lots of chop in between, even decades. So yeah, Bitcoin has actually been in kind of this downtrend here. You would have wanted to try and call this a bull flag, back for some period of time. So you make a big run to the top side, and then you sort of create this flag pattern, and then expect to break again towards the top side. Maybe this is still a bullish flag pattern. Probably it is. And at some point, Bitcoin is going to receive, once the liquidity expansion begins in earnest after the next crisis. Again, we're targeting December. That's my like crank theory. We won't go over all of that again this week. It's there from last week's video if you want to like really hear the full version of it. But it makes a lot of sense to me. The numbers, all of the indicators are starting to line up. It looks to me that December to February timeframe is really my target period for a big crisis to happen. So once the liquidity expansion begins again in earnest, you would expect this chart to break to the upside, right? That's Bitcoin versus gold. Did I have anything else here? I think I had the S&P 500, but this chart doesn't exactly feel like the coolest, bestest, happiest chart in terms of gold, because as you've seen since 2011, the S&P 500 has just vastly outperformed gold. However, this does look a lot like a very long-term bottoming pattern. These are monthly candles, so this bottoming pattern has been happening for like 6 years now. So it's not like this means this is not a pattern that you're like, oh, hey, this is going to break to the top side here soon. And even if it did, soon would still constitute like a couple years. So, right, that could still take time. Maybe there's some other kind of like massive, major like super crisis coming for us in like 5 years or 10 years or something. And then, then gold breaks out. I don't know, whatever. That's just like jokingly speculation kind of stuff there. Yeah, let's go to the rest of the degenerate crypto market. Yeah, we have XMR in the burnt dark red here, has been dropping sadly. Draw a sad face on that one. Everything else has been pumping quite a lot. Dog apparently is the winner today. All praise to Dog, to Shiba, whatever. Doge is doing good. Okay, whatever. Makes sense, crypto's still kind of a meme. What are you gonna do? Let's see. Any other big winners here? maybe Ethereum, after doing kind of being in the bottom of the range here from like relative to everybody, maybe Ethereum is, man, it's still kind of in the bottom of the range. So whatever. Okay, Z scores. Bitcoin in terms of US dollars now is a bit of a happier chart than the gold, the Bitcoin versus gold. Basically trying to range back up here to the top, right? To the top of this area. One thing that you really want to see, if you want to try and get bullish on Bitcoin here, you really want to see it get into this zone, right? See that zone right there? Let's zoom in a little bit on it. But the idea being that we're trying to draw our resistance lines in ways that are the most steep and the most shallow that we could, right? So we'll connect the top there, and then we'll try and bring this one. I don't know. I mean, you're just eyeballing this stuff, right? So maybe we could do something like that. It's not quite right. Probably like that. Maybe that's about the most steep that we could draw the downslope there. And then the most shallow the way that we could draw it would look something probably, yeah, about like we have it drawn. See over here, we'll connect the body of the candle instead of the wick. Maybe we could go to the weekly and try and draw it even slightly different from that, right? Maybe we could, maybe this thing could get drawn down here. I don't know, whatever. Like, this is why it's kind of like there's a little bit of bullshit involved when you're drawing lines, right? You just kind of be like, oh, well, how do I want to draw it today? I don't know. Let's change the candles. Let's go down to the 1 hour. Oh, the 1 hour is the real one, bro. Anyways, but yeah, if you want to see, so we've got the most shallow and the most steep way we could draw it. If you want to get bullish on Bitcoin right now, you really want to see this guy get into this zone here, flirt with this zone, break one of the lower resistances, right? That gives you an indication that there's kind of like a bit of extra strength. That doesn't mean that that has to hold, right? It could fall out of that. I don't have any opinions on this chart. I haven't really considered or scrutinized Bitcoin. I mean, I guess the direction's still up until the crisis actually hits. There's a decent chance that the direction is still up. That's what happened pre-medical crisis back in 2020, 2019, really 2019. Everything just like smashed to the upside, like crazy smash to the upside, like immediately before the crisis. So fraudulent, such a scam. Right now, Bitcoin is languishing, right? Like if we go over here and take a look at the S&P 500, we can see the S&P 500 has made new all-time highs 2 weeks in a row. So yeah, S&P doing good here, and Bitcoin is sort of languishing behind. Maybe that's because tech stocks, like Bitcoin is, I always say Bitcoin is a tech stock on steroids. And so the S&P 500 is like having, the NASDAQ is having its own problems here, trying to get back to its all-time high, right? Just it's not making it there. So maybe there's a little bit of risk aversion, right? Maybe the fact that the S&P 500 is outperforming the NASDAQ is an indication of risk aversion. Now that would make a lot of sense to me, in the sense that I think we're looking at a crisis coming up here sooner rather than later. We are now seeing in the bond market, the yield curve inversion has become fully uninverted for, man, I'll never remember this. The pink line is all of them? Or is the pink line, we got to go all the way back here. Monthly, let's go to the monthly. Okay, yeah, the pink line is the oldest sort of tracking that we have of the yield curve inversion. Goes all the way back to 1962. At least from the Fed now data. Is it Fed now? It's not Fed now. From the Federal Reserve data that they publish. All right, anyways, without getting bogged down in the gory details of that, what we can see here is that effectively the yield curve is becoming uninverted, fully uninverted for like kind of part of it, and then the red line being sort of all of the different yields that they have, because they've added more of them over time, right? The 1 year, the 2 year, the 5, 10, 20, 30 year, the 3 month, the 6 month, right? These are things that they've added much later than 1962. So I add them all up, and this is what you get. This is what the chart shows you. Still slightly inverted, but obviously, I mean, this thing is now in an uptrend. This thing is ready to start moving towards the upside. It's already happening. And that, of course, is corroborated by the yields themselves are now falling. And this is the classic pattern. As the yields start to fall and start to move towards the downside, you're going to see the yield curve start to move to the other direction. Okay, so yeah, that's bonds. That's another major piece that we look at here to give us an idea of broad macro risk. How close are we to the next crash? Because effectively that's what the system does. It just vacillates between crash and liquidity expansion. Usually they throw a crisis and there's their excuse for why they had to expand the liquidity. Oh, it wasn't their fault. It's not a natural byproduct of the system. No. It's just this super bug from China that was going to kill us all. All right, let's see it. Let's take a look at some of the comments here. Make sure we got the super chats going on. Okay, we've got FD tipped. He said, Bawdy, ever look at chart of Coinbase App Store position? Wondering if it's a good indicator that leads price. That is interesting. I'm going to write that down, actually. Let me just copy your comment here and paste that into my daily planner. I have never looked at that, but that is a very interesting idea. Yeah, taking a look at how many people are downloading their Coinbase app. Probably we could even aggregate, across the maybe the top 3 popular exchanges. I'll try and see if I can track that down this week. Or if you want to do that, contact me, and I would gladly show that and give you full credit for it. Let's see, anything from the tube, from the YouTube. No. Oh, smash the like, obviously. Oh shit, I didn't smash the like. Hang on, let me come here. All right, like smashed. Okay, continuing onward. Price report. Let's not bog down here. Okay, we looked at the stocks. Whatever stocks, who cares? Oil. Okay, normally we don't care too much about oil, but if you guys remember, we talked about oil, and I said, hey, you'll notice. So, for example, just going back to the pre-last crash, you'll notice oil was just kind of like oscillating, kind of like trending, whatever. And then notice this is January. Look at the date on the bottom. That is January 6th. Oil dropped out of its trend before the big market crash happened. So if we just consider that the general oil trend, you'll notice oil dropped out of its trend January 20th and then sort of like continued on down. And then it actually really, really started tanking on February 24th, 2020. And that's a big candle down, right? Like, that takes you effectively to your last place down there. And then obviously March 2nd was when like the big crash began in earnest for the rest of the markets. But this is a pattern that goes back a little bit further. And so right here, that breakdown is significant for us, right? If we want to go over here and we want to kind of do the same thing and say, hey, where are we breaking down? Are we breaking down? To me right here, this trend line has been intact since 2021, right? This is a 3-year trend line. That has effectively supported the oil price for a long time. We broke that down. Now, there has been some oscillation. Price, gold did kind of try and like get above that, but it was stopped out and has come back to the downside now. If this would be like how can I put this? In my mind, when I'm trying to validate whether my thesis is correct or incorrect, I want to say things ahead of time that I expect to happen, and then see if those things happen. I don't want to like after the fact be like, oh, this happened. And yeah, that totally validates my thesis now. Right? Because you can just find anything. So right here on camera today, well, maybe off camera, but on microphone, I would say that I would like to see this thing to validate my thesis. I would want to see more candles happening towards the downside here on the oil price, right? I want to see this thing start getting into this zone right there. Going into November, December. If we see oil coming into that area, that is a very clear sign to us that we are on progression for another big tail risk event. A big market crash. And again, just to recap for those of you that might not have seen that the first time that we did it, tail risk. When we say tail risk, it's basically a probability distribution. So if what we have here is basically a bell curve, right? So the market is going to occupy, like, let's just take every single day in the market and we say, okay, is every single day negative? So right on the left side here, this is going to be negative price action. On the right side, that's going to be positive price action. So you're going to say, okay, what happens with the market usually? Well, usually the market stays in this zone, right? Like 2 out of 3 times. 2/3 of the time, you're going to stay within one standard deviation, right? So you might have a little bit negative, you might have a little bit positive. The reality is that the market goes up, so there's actually a skew to all this. So reality is probably something closer to this, right? So we have more positive days than negative days. But anyways, the point is that the likelihood, like we have so few days where the market is like just crashing, right? Down here, this would be like crash territory. So we call it tail risk because this is the tail of this whole of the price curve of how price unfolds, and like just the finance bros call it tail risk because it's sort of the statistically appropriate way of calling it. So yeah, when we say tail risk, that's what I mean. But we don't need to get to dally on that too long. But again, the idea is that if oil is dropping down into this range, I'm saying like ahead of time, if we see that, that's a signal to us that yes, the crash is probably like progressing towards us sooner rather than later. Let's see here. Reverse repos. Yeah, so reverse repos have been climbing actually, and this is a pretty strong climb. This isn't just like a spike and back down that we've seen before on these reverse repos. This is actually strength in terms of like how this trend has played out over the past couple weeks. That makes sense to me because again, crash thesis here, crash thesis hat on. If you're a big finance bro, if you're Warren Buffett or whoever, by the way, Warren Buffett sold a shitload of his stocks, like something like billions of stocks. Like he never does that, and he's in cash now. But if you're trying to protect yourself against risk, what do? You go into bonds, right? Because bonds give you the guaranteed yield, because the government can just print the money to pay the interest that they owe you on the yield. So it's like governments will basically never default on their bonds. So if people are trying to guard against risk, what are they going to do? They're going to put money into the reverse repos, because the reverse repo is effectively a government bond. It's similar to a government bond. It's more like a Federal Reserve bond, if you will. You park money with the Federal Reserve overnight, and you get the federal funds rate for doing so, right? So highly liquid money that you're getting the federal funds rate at, like, damn, like that's pretty good. So yeah, that makes sense that the reverse repos would continue to rise. Yeah, I mean, just in the broader context of bonds. And again, we've talked about this before, going back to the bond chart. The reason that bonds, the rates of bonds fall as people buy them, as there's demand for the bond that you're offering, and everybody wants to buy it. You're like, hey, I want to pay you as low a percentage as I can, right? If I'm the bond issuer, I don't want to pay you a high percentage. I want to pay you a low percentage. But if no one wants my bond, I have to attract people with a higher percentage rate. But if everybody wants my bonds, I start lowering my rates. I'm like, yeah, I don't have to give you a high percentage. I'll just go to the next guy. I've got another person that wants to buy $10 billion worth of my bonds, whatever. So it causes rates of bonds to go down as people buy them, right? So that means that this drop here means that there is demand for bonds. And that is probably a causal mechanism of why we see market crashes, because the big money gets into bonds, and then the markets are sort of like topping out. And then all of that liquidity has gone into bonds and is now no longer in the stock market. And then once the plebs start realizing, oh crap, the crash is here, they sell, and then there's just no liquidity, and then the market just crashes. So yeah, that's another reason we look at bonds. I know they're boring, but we just got to keep an eye on it, right? Week by week, we just got to make sure that we're not going to miss that, because that is maximum opportunity. I don't think I have anything else for you guys today. Maybe let's just check here really quick, make sure I haven't missed anything. No comments. No XMR chat comments. I guess we could look at Gold and Dixie, but yeah, I don't really see a reason to do that particularly right now. Yeah, I guess that's good enough for one day, guys. Hopefully you got some ideas. Hopefully the degens and the long-term investors alike got some good things from today's price report. If you have any questions ever, hit me up, especially if you got something you want me to dive into. I think next week we'll look at Bitcoin. We'll do the Bitcoin versus gold regression. I didn't have time to get to that this week, but someone asked me if I could do the Bitcoin versus gold regression analysis, which I had done months and months ago, but I just didn't have time to get to it this week. So we'll do that next week. If you have anything else you want me to take a look at, just hit me up, send me a message. I'm on Twitter. I'm on Telegram.
You got people asking for a Xano price update. I don't know what's been going on with Xano. Has that been
Xano's good? Xano's been at the top. Let me where is my, here we are. Yeah, Xano's good. Xano actually so after a pullback here, it's trying to get back to the top side. Yeah, I mean, that's good price action, right? This is price action that's now consolidating after a big move to the top side. And I like that the previous all-time high became the support after breaking that all-time high. This is the kind of chart you'd be optimistic on. You don't know if this thing might end up ranging. A lot's going to depend on what happens with the rest of the market. But if the rest of the market goes to the top side, Xano's probably going to the top side too. So yeah, if you've got a bullish thesis for the short term, then Xano would be a project you could put some cash into for sure.
All right, guys, tell me, chat. Do we ban this person? Hello, I draw your attention to this project. Blender Network has the potential to reach $75. Then don't say you weren't warned. What should we do with this person, guys?
Warning: Blender going to the moon.
I mean, let them continue to shill, I guess. Is it being disruptive? Are they tweeting commenting?
No, just seemed like a spam comment. Figured we could have a little game.
Yeah.
Oh, Max M says ban. Oh, Foxcoit says ban. Oh.
No, don't ban. Only if he becomes obnoxious, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Cool. Everyone here is gonna run by Blender. I bet it's not even that. I don't even know what this is. Principle, even just out of principle, I'm not going to look it up, but I bet it's not even on the chart. Like I bet we couldn't even find it if we tried to look for it. You'd probably have to go to like dexscreener.io or something. You know, one of like the degen platforms where like Sol tokens are traded. Blender though, maybe it's like a mixing chain. Maybe it's a new privacy coin. Is that it? Like,
wait, if I heard of no, even like there's no, I think I was thinking of something else.
Man, maybe there's going to be like a whole like. So I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting the feeling that this next liquidity expansion is going to see a lot of privacy coin attention, right? We're gonna because it's already out there. Like all of the work, all of that groundwork has been paved in terms of, because last bull market it was like, oh, they're
shit. Did we lose Bawdy?
Sounds like it might have happened. R.I.P. Bawdy.
Bawdy. I guess we'll leave it there for the sake of the viewers. Bawdy man, thank you so much.
Thank you as always, Bawdy. Oh,
okay. He's coming in and out. Bawdy, yeah, if you could
I guess this is
join
next
us.
to internet, man. I don't know.
That's what I'm worried about for the conference. But we'll have Starlinks. We're gonna have 2 Starlinks at the conference. One dedicated to the stream, and a second one dedicated to like the marketplace.
Nice.
All right, Bawdy. We'll leave you at that.
It.
Thank you so much, man, as always. And please hang around if you can. If your internet works, please hang around if you can. You can jump back up on the stage when we have viewers on stage. But we will move it along. Let's move it along.
Cheers, thanks, Bawdy.
Thank you, Bawdy. Cheers. Okay.
Moving on to guest?
I guess so, right? Yeah, we'll move on to guests, and then we'll do we have Tony today?
We do.
Oh, okay. We got Tony. But let's do the guests. Let's do the guests. Let's do the Nodo.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
The Monerotopia guest segment is sponsored by Cake Wallet. Store, send, receive, and exchange your Monero and Bitcoin safely on iOS and Android too. Cake Wallet is open source, and you always control your own keys.
All right.
Hello.
What's going on? Brindel, Abdullah. What's going on, guys?
Is my microphone working okay?
Yeah, you're pretty good.
Okay, good. Best I can do for now. So
no, we'll take it. We'll take it. It's not bad.
All right.
Abdullah, how you doing?
How about, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's good. You guys are both good.
Hi.
So Monero Nodo, guys, what do we got? Everybody's on the edge of their seats. They've been on the edge of their seats for months now. You can tell anytime, any day now, any day.
Yeah, we're doing our best. It's currently going through basically the final QC.
It's been a lot, guys. I just got to say, while we're out here in the public, behind the scenes, I could be quite cruel at times, so I apologize to them.
No, I fully understand it, man.
I know they're working their freaking asses off, and I have nothing that I could do other than tell them, fix this. But yeah, they're doing a fantastic job, and like I said on the outset, while there have been delays due to fabrication reasons, we haven't been sitting on their hands, or they haven't been sitting on their hands since. They've been adding other features, fixing the bugs that we were noticing. So there's been improvements and developments in the software. So I don't know, Abdullah, if you want to quickly, I guess first just give like an overall status of what's going on with the project, when we could expect delivery, things like that, and then we could get Brindel involved, and he could talk about the actual software and updates and where we're at with that.
Sure thing. So the last update was that
Brindel, if you could bring up the Nodo too, if you can show it on your screen. I think you have a video set up for it if you want to do that.
Yeah, sure, I can do that.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus, the light. I'm sorry. Hold on.
No worries.
Okay,
no worries.
one second. Let me fix the camera angle so the light.
Yeah. But Abdullah will talk as you do that. Go ahead.
So we've given the factory the go ahead to manufacture. And part of the delay is, well, they've got a major holiday coming up. October 1st to the 7th is National China Day or China Week. Essentially, that's where everything is shut down. That's part of the delay. In the meantime, yep, this is the production sample with the new display. There's been a lot of changes. So perhaps I could skip over like the
well, let's give them the overall update. So, all right, we have the issue with the holiday and whatnot, but what are we, what can we say in terms of delivery at this point with confidence?
Yeah, October end might be pushed a week back, but I've made it clear, and definitely the process has started. So I know that despite any unforeseen challenges, we'll still be able to get these at the end of October at the very least.
Oh boy! End of our so are we guaranteeing that they will be at Monerotopia? Can we guarantee that? I mean, obviously,
that's the goal,
okay.
Right? That's what
right.
I've been working for pretty much 24/7, and so we've kind of been trudging along. There's a lot of things we've added. Most notably the new enclosure and the display stuff. But I want to get into like the new stuff that we've added since we last spoke. So there's the Monerica, a directory for the Monero circular economy, and so that has introduced RSS feeds, and so that'll show the latest additions to the Monero circular economy, and of course with xmrbazaar, hopefully we'll be able to later add the new additions in the same way. And
all right, yeah, I'm pretty sure we have RSS feed set up for that.
Yeah, and Monerica is new. That came out after we implemented the news feeds. And so along with all the other feeds that we have, Monerica is a new one. And then we have new keyboards. This is based off of customer feedback. So along with the standard QWERTY keyboard, we now have AZERTY and Quartz, which is used in Germany, I believe. And also dedicated a numpad row on that keyboard. Sync percentage, and there's a new Wi-Fi selection menu. Maybe if you go to device and Wi-Fi. And
there we go. So, yeah, I'm kind of cautious on showing it because my home network is on it too, and I'd rather not show that. Right. But it does show networks.
Yeah, we'll get into that. We'll streamline the menu. Also, mining, we've switched that from P2Pool to solo mining. We just thought it might, give us overall better odds of success in terms of mining. And the hash rate, which we've tested, is not much different to P2Pool mining. P2Pool was slightly higher, and with solo mining, we're getting around 700 hashes per second, which is
roughly between 600 and 700. Yeah.
Also, we've got a new address lock. So this will give a new pin locks basically to lock the device as well as lock the addresses on your device. And we'll get into this in a later feature as well as the standard features that we've had, Brindel's finish testing, LWS, remote nodes that you can port forward and use it over ClearNet, which was part of the original use case. So using it over your local network and also port forwarding and then using it remotely from another network, still being able to access your node at pretty much full speed, along with Tor and I2P, which are slower, but yes, they do get around a lot of problems that we've had with node security and just security in general. Tor doesn't require port forwarding in any way. And so if you're using Tor, which is enabled by default, then you don't need to go into your router and change any settings, port forward settings to access your node remotely. It will be slower. You'll need to access your node over Tor, but you'll know that it's at least your node, and that the protocol is the transactions are still being communicated to the node over Tor or I2P. And then some issues that we had in the field, things like corruption, things like this, a lot of random bugs that we've fixed. And also there's a recovery button. Perhaps you could show that.
I don't know. It's a little close by, but there you go. Please focus. Yeah. Come on.
So these are recess buttons. One of them says boot on the left, and one of them says RCVY, which is recovery. And what recovery will do is essentially factory reset your device in case anything breaks, like your screen isn't turning on. There's some kind of corruption with blockchain, any file system type of gremlin that might have. You have to understand that we've tried to keep things as light as possible, and over Linux, it really is exceptional performance with the new hardware. But the complexity sometimes can cause unexpected gremlins, and that's what we're still in the process of QC, final QC. And so
to make it all work together, it's a lot, especially with all the extra features and bells and whistles around the node itself.
Right. Another cool new feature, we've had translation, like 110 different languages. And so we've added this to news as well. Previously, news was just English, but now no matter what feed it is, using an open source program called Liber Translate, which is running locally on the Nodo, that's going to give you translations to pretty much all the languages that Nodo will support.
Oh, that's awesome. That's amazing.
That's a great accessibility feature for anyone. And last but not least, I know there's been a lot of talk about the Monero circular economy, and Doug has been kind of tirelessly advocating for Monero adoption, pushing for merchants to come on board, not only personally, with the show, but with initiatives like xmrbazaar. And so growing the circular economy has been very important to both of us. And to that end, we're very excited to announce a new feature, which will be available on release, which allows users to accept Monero directly via your Nodo. And this is done via an open source project, Monero Pay, which is a simple backend to receive Monero. Brindel, there's seems to be some focus issue. Perhaps you could.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Maybe
I was trying to get more lines.
Maybe just back out. Yeah, if you could pull it out a little, maybe back away a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. One second.
Okay.
And so bringing merchants into the Monero circular economy has been a mission, that we've been working towards. And we hope to aid in this mission with Monero Pay, which presents a simple, non-custodial point of sale interface on Nodo. And that will, you just enter a primary wallet and view key, and it will generate sub-addresses and keep a track of transactions on your device. And the benefit of this is that your funds could still be on your primary wallet, like your Cake or whatever you first created your wallet, whether it's Monero GUI or and so the wallet is your own. You just enter just like with the LWS, the primary address and the public view key, and it'll use wallet RPC to generate subaddresses each time we want to receive a payment. It's still quite a lot of blur.
I can't help
It
is
amazing that you guys developed this additional feature in the meantime, and I know I saw a lot of passion involved with it. You guys were excited about this one. You guys, when you were working on
for
it.
sure. Like it makes total sense, right? You have a device with a screen on it. 9 out of 10 times you would be using this in like a store sale setting. Why not put a QR code on it to receive payments? It's like perfect for it.
Yeah, it becomes a little POS system.
Yeah,
Exactly.
you don't have to whip your phone out every time you want to accept Monero. Like if the supermarket is a prime example. Like it's there on the kiosk, and that's your dedicated Monero.
Now, I was telling Abdullah that the holy grail would be if we could get to the point where it then can kind of like integrate with existing POS systems, like using APIs from, like Square or these other popular systems where it could.
I think in theory it already
piece of hardware. You know what I'm saying?
I think it can already support that. In like most of those systems have like integration with Monero by themselves. So if they could be pointed to this as a node, it should in theory work. ? But I'm not 100% sure on that. I haven't researched it.
Well,
and now, what would you guys describe as the reasoning as going in this direction versus or adding BTC Pay server to this thing, or like what are the differences?
BTC Pay is quite a beast in its own. It's not bad software. I'm not like ragging on it here, but it's quite large. It needs quite a bit of setup. It's ideally ran in Docker, which we don't use on this device, so it would be quite a lot of overhead in itself. It's primarily designed for Bitcoin, and it has Monero optionally slapped onto it. Monero Pay is made by people in the Monero community for Monero. It's very thin, and it sits between a Monero wallet and whatever UI you build on top of it. So it's perfect for what we were going for.
This allowed us to keep things really light and focused on Monero.
Who's been contributing to Monero? Like, who's like the main dev behind Monero Pay?
It's two people, Siren and some other guy that I forgot the name of. They also made Metronero, which is their own point of sale built on top of Monero Pay.
Okay.
I think it's moneropay.eu is how you can get to their.
We got to get them on. We got to get them on the show, or maybe participating in the conference even.
Yeah,
that would be cool.
Maybe we make Monero Pay part of the hackathon thing we're doing with BTC Pay server. Maybe developing on that too could be interesting. I don't know, just throwing ideas out there. Very, very cool, man. Very cool, guys. This is super exciting that you've added the pay terminal feature, the POS system. Tux, you got any questions from what you've seen so far?
Looks pretty cool. It's a really nice device. And I don't know if this was read out yet. Your brother tipped $1.23. How will you guys handle firmware updates or any other updates to the console, etc.?
So the device currently runs. It runs an auto updater that runs once a day. That will include updates for Debian itself, along with updates for all the sources that are used for Monero D, Monero Block Explorer, and all the other ones. They're all tailor-made for each source. So like Monero only updates when there's a new release. LWS updates when there's a new tag, et cetera, et cetera. So, and it runs that daily. So if you just keep the device running, it'll update. I think it's 3 or 4 in the morning. So as to be as little of an inconvenience as possible.
And any chance of firmware?
Well, that is included with the updates for Linux, as far as I know.
Oh, okay. So it's actually subscribed to FWUPT, the firmware update manager.
As far as I know, yes.
That's cool. It's good to know.
I have my Nodo sitting here. It was sitting dormant for a couple of weeks, just because mine needed to be kind of like, didn't have that feature yet, so it needed to be manually updated, and we haven't had time to do that. But we did it last night, so now it should have the late enough software where it can auto update. So we'll see tomorrow, right? This will be a good test if I wake up to a more functional Nodo.
Perfect test environment.
Yes. Turn your camera back on for a second. Because,
oh yeah, sure.
I want to emphasize that. So with since I hope I can kind of go into this a little bit more because there's a lot, and it's hard to communicate all of this, via text, via channels, or Twitter, what have you. And so, just to give context to the whole thing, but we started late 2021 when I reached out to Doug with this idea about doing a plug and play node. I had surveyed the landscape, and the hypothesis was that there's this huge market for hardware. A lot of it is controlled by these mega corps on the very high end, and on the consumer level, like there's over time an erosion of building stuff, like the kind of hacking culture that maybe the early Silicon Valley started out that way, plugging in trend, different chips and stuff, trying to make all kinds of things. And given how difficult it is to get the right tool, and to be able to even know that you need this a particular set of tools over something else. Like, for example, mobile, we know that everything is pretty much locked down by the manufacturer from the get-go. There are very few exceptions. I think graphene on Pixel is one of them, and it works great. I would say that's probably the way to go. And part of that goes back to self-custody of your hardware. And so what we've built is really just scratching the surface of what's possible. We've had a vision to develop, node features, and we've slowly added, usability features after careful consideration each time. And so since we started, the hardware spec has, along with everything else, has changed drastically. And right now, what we're looking at is the 32 GB model with all the iterations that were made to the enclosure and the UI as well, which is a bespoke UI using, again, Qt open source. And so it's highly custom, and we've ensured that it's running off of GPU, so it's not going to take resources away from whatever the Nodo is doing at the time. And so what we're allowing essentially is full control, and over your hardware. You're free to flash this, run whatever OS you're free to, and there's no essential lock on hardware to that extent. And there's a lot more to explore with just Nodo, like adding more stuff as we go along. Like, there's a lot of cool stuff that we had to leave behind or, defer indefinitely, like things, cool stuff like the TX City, I believe it's called, or TX Street.
TX Street, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a cool little.
Yes, I want to get that up there, man. I want to get that up there.
So it would look really fantastic, 60 frames per second, running off of the OLED display. And so we'll get there. It's important for us to really hunker down and focus on what really matters, like the original focus, which was to be a node. And maybe if I could just show like the extent of, I'm going to share my screen just to show you guys some pictures.
You think we ever get to the point where it's like people are building apps that you can then, there's a Monero Nodo store, right, where you can download apps that run on the Nodo?
I think we've already gone in that direction already. It's just that we've already selected LWS, Monero Pay,
exactly,
certain other, like the block.
Yeah,
Explorer.
Just to reiterate, I mean, when this project first started, right, our mission was to just create a plug and play Monero node. At the time, the attempt was the Monero box, which thank you to that gentleman as well. He was helpful with us in the early days. And we're sitting there, we're looking at it, we're trying to create basically the mission was make it something that somebody like me can just plug in and it runs a full node, and that you can then easily connect your Cake wallet or your Monero Usury wallet to it. So you're running your own node using LWS. That was really the feature set that we were going for, which we've achieved. And Brindel, actually, I want to ask you about that. How easy is that at this point? But let me just finish my larger point here. But then from there, the project really did grow once we realized, all right, we're going to have these devices sitting on people's desks. Why not add? What happens if we add a screen to it and start to just take advantage of the fact that you now have a Monero piece of hardware sitting in people's desks, in their stores, in their businesses, and once you add a screen and things like that, the potential is really endless with what we can do. It can be much more a Monero plug and play node first and foremost, but it really can be a piece of hardware that becomes quite usable for Monero users.
Yeah, Brindel, adding a wallet LWS question. LWS, yes, LWS. It's pretty easy to add. With my Monero, you have to manually add the address to LWS on the device in order to have it work, because my Monero doesn't send like a request to add the wallet to it. That's just a my Monero thing. With Edge does send a request to the LWS daemon on the device, and you have a little menu where you can just hit accept or deny. When it's added, it'll look for new transactions 24/7, or at least as long as you have the Nodo running. And whenever you want, you can load up your My Monero or Edge wallet, and it'll instantly have your balance, and you're ready to send. With other wallets, it's pretty easy to add. You just look up on networks, and then on ClearNet, it'll show the local IP to which you can connect. I've done it on the official Monero wallet. I've done it on Feather wallet. I've done it on Cake wallet. I've done it on Monerio, and it all works out of the box just fine. It's very easy to do. It's about as straightforward as any other node, except it shows you what you need to enter. So,
well, the address is displayed, and you just enter that into your node. Add as node, enter the address, and you're set.
To be clear, though, we're not there with Cake yet, right? In terms of using LWS on Cake.
Yeah, Cake does not have LWS, and I would love if it was added, because it's such a nice feature. Same with Monerio. I would love if it would support LWS.
Come on, man. Tux, you got to make that happen. I thought we had some.
What are you doing here, Tux?
I thought we had some pull over at Cake. What's going on?
We have.
I'm sure we'll get
definitely talked about it. One of the concerns that was brought up recently was in terms of the user experience, because we're thinking about if we add this feature we want to make sure that we provide guides, tutorials for people to set this up even without a Monero Nodo. Obviously, if they have a Monero Nodo, that's more ideal.
Mm-hmm.
And I myself haven't looked into how simple the setup is yet, because it sounds like it's not the easiest thing to set up. And then, of course, you have to actually accept the wallet like invitation on the LWS side. And that was actually one of my projects this week that I was going to start yesterday that got interrupted abruptly. Was setting up LWS on my end and making sure I understand the flow.
Ooh, nice.
So that'd be easy enough, but I didn't get to that for obvious reasons. But yeah, we're definitely talking about it. And well, we have so much bandwidth, and we're really trying to hone in on focus on fixing a bunch of longstanding Monero issues. So we want to deal with that first, but we're definitely trying to push for that if we can. At least I am. I want it to happen. But there's certain things that get prioritized, and I can't just say let's do this necessarily myself because I want to, right? But don't worry, I'm trying to make it happen.
Well, if you need any help with it, you know where to find me.
Yeah, like I said, I'm sure we'll get there.
Silence. Yeah. Come collab with Brindel. I know.
Well,
Seth said too. He had his eye on it as well. So I'm sure. I know Vic will definitely get a little once he sees these things up and running, and people are adding other competing wallets with LWS. I'm sure Cake will quickly.
It's such a nice experience, LWS, especially when you're out and about and you're in a store and you don't have to wait 10 minutes to get the recent 5 blocks.
Yeah. Have you been like living on? Have you been using it in that regard as a real?
Yes, I have, but mostly
sweet.
online though. I haven't found anyone IRL who wanted to accept Monero. I live in the Netherlands, and people here they don't even use cash anymore. Everybody just uses debit cards everywhere. So to even begin about Monero is like, why would I do that?
Completely taken over in your country.
Yep.
Any chance we get you over to Mexico City?
Nah, not a chance, man. I'm sorry. BA ain't going in no plane, Hannibal, or plane. I'm not going to do it. Sorry. I hate planes. I hate heights. I live in the lowest country in Europe, so.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe I'll see at Monero.
We'll come over to him at some point. How about that?
Yeah. Maybe you could drive over to MoneroCon. You could make that happen. And Abdullah, we were really hoping to have him in Monerotopia, but it's going to be difficult for him for his travel situation as well with visas and stuff. So we'll definitely have a remote talk. Maybe it could be a workshop, right? Because we'll have the Nodos there. Maybe it could be some kind of remote workshop. But yeah, there'll be a Nodo presence if
there's ever a Monerotopia in Europe, I will definitely attend.
Oh, word. Okay. I don't know. That's MoneroCon's territory.
Yeah, MoneroCon isn't. Yeah, that's
plenty of countries in Europe.
Yeah, we all have weird, funny languages.
Let me just pull up. Well, go ahead, Tux. Ask your question.
Oh, well, perfect. You pulled up the Monero page. I did have a question about the device because I remember in the specs, I remember a while back, maybe a few months ago, there was a change in regards to, I think, how much RAM it has, and it also changed the price. So if you could just give clarity on what people are getting who had purchased it at the previous price with the previous specs. Are they getting exactly that?
Sure thing. Yeah, happy to go into that. It's part of the iterations that we went through. When we started out, we had a different processor, which was a 6-core. And as we gradually built up, new technology also came out, and then the need for better technology as well, like with the display. And so we then migrated to from 16 to 32 gigabytes of RAM. And part of the reason for that is just to expand the usability of Nodo. We found that given certain situations like the Black Marble attack, some certain nodes were kind of struggling, and it wouldn't certainly hurt to have extra bandwidth. And it's serving us really quite well. It really enables a whole lot of other stuff that we can do with the device that we wouldn't have been able to otherwise. Along with a terabyte to a 2 terabyte SSD as standard. And so what you see is pretty much what everyone will be getting. Everyone will be getting the latest and greatest Nodo with 32 gigabytes of RAM, with the 2 terabytes of SSD, and the 8-core processor, and the fantastic OLED display, along with all the work that we've put into on the UI itself. And going forward, I think it's I should point out that it's I would say to underestimate the time it would take to accomplish a project like this with given the size of our team. And I think it's really quite an amazing feat that everyone has been able to pull together And I just want to kind of give a shout out to the Monero devs and Dan Sherman as well, who's been running
yes.
Node XMR, and that actual starting point for us. Obviously, with Nodo has now become its own thing and an entirely different device. Partly due to the nature of the customizations for the hardware. But in essence, what Dan has been doing and the devs have been doing tirelessly, shipping away full time, it really is makes it really inspires to want to build, and things may take time, but definitely we do have the capability to build our own infrastructure, and I think self custody of hardware, and Nodo being kind of like the low energy portable device, and then after you release, we can look into how to scale that up. One of the things with the Nodo design was, just as with Monero, it was very carefully the stack and the hardware and the things, many tiny little decisions, things like using Debian, not using Docker, and the custom stuff like having SSDs on board, having an RTC on board, which is basically a real-time clock on your device, which most single board computers don't have. And so all the aspect of moving from 16 gigabyte to 32 gigabyte was really something that wasn't an easy decision to make, because we knew 16 would be great for today, but there were some doubts given the future changes to the Monero protocol, wherein we could see sort of slight size increases to the transaction before and after Seraphis, and possibly starting with the full chain membership proofs as well, which is likely to have some impact. And so working with Arctic, who was also really helpful in giving direction as to how we could measure our scaling ability on device. And so I would say that what we've come up with is really an optimal configuration, and it didn't really make sense to ship a 16 GB device, especially given the negligible cost increase and the potential performance benefit as a result.
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, just gonna say, Abdullah, man, amazing job. Obviously, you had a lot of people helping you out in different ways. I know you weren't the dev necessarily coding things, but you were the project manager, the leader, the visionary. Obviously, with my far-fetched ideas, but you brought it all into reality, into fruition, and you drove it home, and amazing job, man. And you have an amazing design ability. I mean, you see it in the way the Nodo itself is designed, the branding. I mean, this guy is an artist in addition to being a tech designer savant, and he puts a ton of effort into these things, and he just has amazing creative abilities and project management abilities and amazing amount of patience. Oh my god, an amazing amount of patience, really. So mostly in communicating with me, I can be quite harsh sometimes, like, god damn it, Abdullah. But he's taken it to this far, and we will get it across the finish line. And I do want to say, what do I want to say? Oh yeah, only 7 left. So if you go to add cart here, here's a little thing we might want to fix. I mean, it's just a website thing. You got to select this first. Okay. There's only one color though, right? They're all Monero orange. Everybody's Everybody's getting the Founders Edition. Everybody, like Abdul has said, is getting the latest upgrades.
So I guess I want to touch on that. So people who had paid before, because it was cheaper before, they're basically getting grandfathered into this new version, if I'm understanding what you were saying.
Yes.
Wow,
I think we had asked people to give us some more payment if they didn't, but it doesn't matter if people haven't, those that haven't, they're being included. Everyone's getting a Nodo out here.
That's some good.
Everybody getting Nodo.
You get a Nodo. You get
everybody. Let me quickly move the laptop real quick. BRP.
And besides, the majority of the pre-order users did, in fact, we did offer them a discounted price to upgrade, like not the full difference in price, but like half of that. And most, it's like almost everyone had. So it wasn't really a thing. We knew everyone was going to get
everybody was on board.
The flagship device.
I see.
Also, I want to say in terms of future release schedules, it really has been difficult to time things down, and especially the first time around, there's just so much different streams involved, not just software. And I want to say, I hope the stuff we did kind of goes skin deep. It's not just the beauty of the enclosure, which is really, a lot of detailing went into that, no doubt, but the interface as well. And we hope a lot of the logic and the little stuff that we hope really gets a good experience out of using your node.
Undervalued Monero tip $1. Great show as always. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. And another tremendous thank you to obviously Abdullah and Brindel and Chian and everybody that's been building it, and Arctic Mind that helped out, and everybody. But to everybody that bought one, that was an early adopter, took the risk with us, stayed along for the long ride and waited patiently. Just getting updates in the chat, but being excited about the fact that we were continuing to develop on it. Tremendous thank you to everybody. This thing absolutely would not happen if people didn't give us trust in the beginning. So I thank you for trusting me, because I think that was really the role I played in this, is guys, trust me, because I have these people building it. And people came, they took a shot. They bought these without knowing if we'd make it to the finish line. So greatly appreciate all the early adopters, all the founders. It's tremendous help. We're putting a lot of money into this project at the end of the day. And the fact that everybody pre-ordered took a lot of weight off our shoulders. We only have, I think we're only saying 6 left in stock, because we'll have a few that we'll keep on hand that we're going to bring down to the conference, maybe sell a few in person. But other than that, there's only 6 that are left to order online of the first 100 order.
This is a really cool device, guys. I mean, it costs a little bit of money, but it's very, very custom, right? This isn't some off the shelf rebranded like NUC or one of those small PCs you can buy. It's got a bit more of a custom hardware, which is pretty cool. And of course, the actual case is very high quality. And I've seen one. I saw it in MoneroCon, and then I saw it in New York at Doug's place. A very nice device, very high quality. The screens looks amazing because it's OLED, and it's got really good specs as well. So
it's a fully custom SBC, fully custom case.
And the price isn't so bad once you consider the overall package. It really is quite good value considering what you get for your money. Most mobile phones start at $1,000. Most flagships at least start there, and they're not. I mean, they don't have this kind of flexibility. You can't plug in. I mean, you may be able to plug in displays and stuff, which you can do with Nodo. But, this has Ethernet. This is like a conventional computer, and it has like a supercharged everything, all integrations. The ports are the latest, the fastest, the Wi-Fi and the Ethernet as well. And so it really is a no compromise approach.
And if I remember correctly, this is still this rock chip, the RK3588. That's still a decent amount faster than the Raspberry Pi 5, isn't it?
Yeah, it's way faster. And
way faster.
With the 32 gigabyte of RAM and with all the integrations on board, there's no bottlenecks, and so the actual performance is likely to be way higher, especially at higher loads. And for next batches, I would say this is probably we're close to having closed out the first batch of the orange devices. The next batches will be silver and black, and we might just use a quarterly release schedule. That's just easier for me to kind of because monthly or timing it down. Even though future batches are likely to be more predictable because there's less variables. We'll already have had a completed QC of the software, and the design has already gone through like one major batch, and so it'll be just a matter of kind of saying, okay, give us 100 more, and just waiting for them to give us that. Even though it's tricky, China's tricky, but there's always compromises with hardware, right? And I personally had to fly out there. I took a kind of personal risk. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but it's always been a thing. Rather, without going into like the CCP aspect of the whole thing, the Industrious Bunch, and they do have like we did guarantee certain things, like being able to have like the full schematic of the hardware, like the block diagram and all the whole diagram of the hardware layout, so that then we could have it verified and we knew what we were getting. And so yeah, I mean, it's just it's been a great labor of love, I would say, to get to this point. It's really I mean,
John Doe had a question here.
I do want to ask. John Doe asked this earlier in the show. I hope he's since been convinced then as to why.
Why use one of these instead of running Meridian on a computer? Well, I think it's right there. It's a unique device designed for a specific purpose. And yeah, you could run Monero D on a normal computer, on any Linux computer. This is just a Linux computer after all, but it comes with a nice kind of built-out interface with an ecosystem where you can install stuff easily. And if you're someone who just wants something that's quick and easy and will be continually supported, this might be for you. And it's such a cool, unique device anyway. By itself.
Yeah, I think there's something to the fact that it is built just for, first and foremost, for the purposes of running a reliable plug and play dedicated node as described, right? In Monero, what is the Monero node? Unpruned, optimized, dedicated. Dedicated being the keyword, right? So the idea is that this thing is running 24/7. Plugged in somewhere, and that you're relying on it as your own personal node. Can you do it on a computer? Sure, you can. But this allows you, hopefully, to do it in a way where you have a machine just dedicated for that purpose. So if anything happens with your computer, using it for other things, no, you just want your node running 24/7, so it's always usable. You can connect to it with LWS, and then obviously all these other reasons we're talking about, right? Because then it becomes more than just a node. Becomes a little Monero computing device for various Monero-related apps.
Yeah, just like Demi is saying, if you're experienced and you want to do it on your computer, that's totally fine. But if you're a noob, then yeah, setting that up, all that stuff up, and not just setting it up, but then maintaining it and making sure it works. If there's any problems with it, that can be a lot for someone who's not experienced.
Not to mention, like not everyone has their computer on 24/7.
Yep. So this is an easy way that anybody can go.
You plug it in, and it just works. You don't have to think about it, really. You don't have to think about the storage that's necessary for running a node. Like, oh, do I have 200 gigabytes spare on my laptop's hard drive?
Yeah, And the additional complexity that goes with running a node plus all your other stuff, this is really the recommended way of running a Monero node. I would say just node on device, nothing, as little else as possible. And so we've really kind of taken that to the extreme, keeping just Monero D and just a bunch of value added sort of stuff.
Doug is the silver one over there.
I do have one more question, if I could ask before we move on to the news.
Built for Tumen to be able to use. It's literally, I was literally the monkey that they're testing it on. So that is what it's built for.
I'm seeing some questions as well. Nodo has only pin unlock or possible with a long password too. So there's actually an admin password that's set up at first boot. So the first time you open up Nodo and you turn it on, you'll be met with a screen. You'll have to change your own password. And we've done this because we didn't want to just set a default password in Monero Nodo and have you've not changed it ever, and that be a risk to remote SSH access. And so you'll be kind of forced to set a new admin password for your device at first boot. And you'll be asked to set your two different pins, one of them being the device pin, which basically locks your screen, right? So if you just want to lock your screen, not be able to access like the settings on the device, that's one pin. And then there's the address pin, and this is a bit more complex, but it's quite clever actually. What this does is locks all addresses, including the miner deposit and the Monerotopia address. And the idea being that if I'm an admin running a bunch of stores, 5 different stores, I have 5 devices at each store, and I just set my own wallet, my primary wallet, and view key on each device. And when once set, that locks behind an address pin, and you can only change that with the special address pin. And so the idea being that you just need to have them, anyone can pretty much access the device without being able to modify or reroute payments potentially. It's just one of the
right. Yeah. If this Nodo is sitting in, one of these marijuana dispensaries here where they're accepting Monero cash and Monero payments, the people working at the store will have access to the Nodo to manipulate in some ways, but they won't be able to change the addresses inside, right? So
exactly.
it becomes a POS system that can't be taken advantage of by any of the employees at a place that's running it.
Sure.
I do have one more question, if I can ask.
Sure, go ahead.
So you mentioned that it's including Monero Pay. I haven't used that myself personally. I would like to try it out. I do really like BTC Pay Server, and I know you were looking into having that as maybe not coming with it, but being something that could be installed. And I know there's an aversion to Docker on the device, which I don't really personally have a problem with. Would it be something that you're looking into? Maybe if okay, so somebody wants to use BTC Pay Server, there's an easy script that'll just install Docker and all that stuff for the user if they want to.
I could work on that. Yeah, sure.
Because obviously someone like me, I can just install it if I want to, regardless. I'm just thinking of,
you could do that.
There's probably going to be a lot of people that will want BTC Pay Server anyway, just because of how extensible it is.
Could you tell me what the benefit of BTC Pay Server is over Monero Pay? Just curious.
I couldn't tell you myself because I haven't actually used Monero Pay. I would like to try out Monero Pay myself.
Right.
I'll look into it soon for sure.
There's no UI on Monero Pay itself, right? So that's why I went for it.
I see.
You can build your own UI on top of it.
No, I didn't really get a chance to really talk about really BTC Pay and Monero Pay in depth. BTC Pay, of course, we could certainly run the BTC Pay server, Monero Focus Store, or otherwise. And the question remains is what it's going to look like on device. Like, it's not going to have integration with Nodo UI. And so we're going to have to build the interfaces or at least display the BTC UI.
We could have a little web view for it if necessary.
Yeah, that could be done. But then, it's not going to look And part of of course, there was the issue with Docker, and
it's not really an issue. It's more a design choice, really.
And that's
as light
something
as possible and as integrated as possible, which
there
might be doable with Docker, but yeah.
Yeah, it was very easy at the beginning to kind of just throw everything in with Docker. That was like the obvious choice. But at the very beginning, we were faced with this, and we kind of chose to go the native route, basically running on Linux. And one of the other advantages with Monero Pay is that it allowed us to it doesn't have like features BTC Pay server has, like, products with preset amounts, stuff like that. So it's really a very simple interface, which allowed us to also control the front end of it. So it really fits in with everything else on the Nodo UI.
Yeah. Really, all Monero Pay does is it automatically checks for new payments to certain addresses that it creates, and it has a little callback URL that it'll send a request to when the payment is done, which is very easy to work with. So that's really,
so it's something that's a bit more custom. It has to be taken advantage of.
Yes, and you build the UI or the thing on top of it.
That's cool.
We will, we'll have this thing, as I said, obviously running at Monerotopia. It will be the nodes that people can connect to locally down there. It'll be, hopefully that will improve the infrastructure. People will be able to more quickly sync their wallets. But in addition, we'll get a vendor or two to have a Nodo sitting out in front on their stand, perhaps, and we could be testing out Monero Pay POS system.
That'll be super cool.
At the conference, 100%, and we're gonna have BTC Pay there competing as well. So it should be interesting. Actually, should be interesting.
Hidden Mouse tipped 50 cents. Even for non-noobs, you want your node to be isolated, not have other processes running alongside it, as you would on your Windows or Mac Windows or Mac computer.
Dedicated.
Very true.
All right, guys. I tortured you guys enough.
One more thing, very, very small thing, because I was thinking about it. It has I2P on board. It uses I2PD, which is a simpler implementation in C++ instead of the big bloated I2P Java. I don't hate it, but it's not meant for this device. But this also means that if you have your Nodo, you can just use it also alongside it as an I2P router that you can connect to. So you can use your little I2P dedicated browser and connect it to the Nodo and browse I2P websites if you want to. Just a simple small feature, but it's nice to have because it's another dedicated thing you could just use it for. Because I2P works better if you keep it running for long periods of time, which not everybody with a laptop can do. So
the option with I2P that's always been its Achilles heel, and
I would love to see more adoption in I2P because it's such a cool network. Compared to Tor, it's way more.
What would it take for the Nodo to run a Tor node? No, that's not in the cards, right?
It runs a Tor node.
It already does.
Oh, it's running a Tor node. Okay.
And an I2P node. Yeah.
Holy shit.
And you also have the ability to route all connections through Tor.
So how much space is that taking up on the Nodo, the Tor node?
Probably nothing.
Not a whole lot, no.
Okay.
A few megabytes. Ballpark.
Yeah, I obviously have no Tor knowledge. Very cool, very cool, amazing. Yeah, because one of the urban hackers is going to be giving a workshop on Tor down at Monerotopia as well, and trying to convince people to run their own Tor node. Yeah, so in addition to contributing to the Monero network by running your own node, you're also contributing to Tor and I2P, which is tremendous, right?
You also get the benefits of those as well.
So are you talking about running an actual like a Tor relay server?
Yeah, maybe that's where.
Or are you talking about like running the Tor daemon locally for you to use Tor?
Yeah, I mean, is there benefits to the network when you're running a Tor daemon locally, or it's only
not that much? No.
Okay. All right.
If you're
actually contributing, it would be running a Tor relay.
Right. So to run a Tor relay, what are the constraints of that?
Just bandwidth.
Yeah, just a bit of bandwidth. and the very tiny possibility of the feds knocking on your door because they think you've been.
If you're running an exit.
Yeah. Well, true.
Well,
true.
What I'm getting at, would it ever make sense to run Tor relays on? Could that be an app on the Nodo? Would that make sense?
It could be a simple setting. It doesn't have to be a whole app on its own. It can just be a simple setting if you want. I can add that if you want.
We've also considered VPN as well, incorporating a simple, like just entering your iVPN or Mulvad credentials or something, and just connecting, giving you an interface to set your VPN on device.
Actually, Mulvad wouldn't work because
we have to say stop. This is we're going to stop now.
Yeah.
And then we're going to worry about adding all the cool stuff later, and really, focus on what we do have currently,
which is also cool stuff.
Yeah, and there is. We look forward to hearing from everyone. There's been a lot of great feedback. We've incorporated a lot of stuff based off of just people talking on one of the channels, or just asking, "Hey, can we do this?" and saying, "Yeah, we could do that, no problem." Accessibility stuff like the keyboards came about that way. Doug, you requested news, and a nicer display, and so it really has become this like the cool device that everyone seems to want, that is going to draw attention to Monero, even though it's really simplifying the whole process of getting like the basic stuff done with it, relaying transactions through it, accepting payments, and LWS stuff, accessibility again.
Awesome. Yeah, I do really love the idea of adding potentially Tor relay. Just put that on the list of potential things that we might want to add.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I should point out that once this is out there, once we'll get there eventually, and once this is really out there, and we begin to kind of get into the next batches, I really have time essentially to focus on merchant adoption. I think there's been some talk about getting those fantastic flyers out there, getting merchants involved. So it could be kind of layered, not just adoption with Monero, but making accessible the receiving of payments and the whole like stack of Monero features that may or may not.
Yeah, we get these to the point where I could start going to these, weed dispensaries here in New York and be like, hey, you might want to add one of these to your store so you can accept Monero payments, and it integrates with your POS. Like that's the holy grail. We get to that point, right? And now
it's the Doug way.
And now we're onboarding stores, man. This is, and it's making sense to them. It's making sense to them. They're not dealing with cash, which is dangerous, right? Where people come in and rob them, take all their cash. They're dealing with untraceable digital cash that nobody can steal from the store. I mean, it's like there's real utility there.
Yeah.
Awesome,
we just need to continue to build out the ecosystem that allows them to do that easily. I see Tux, is trying to move us along.
Before we go on another side quest, Doug is time constrained, so am I. But thank you guys for coming on and showing off the Nodo. It's a very cool product, and I'm excited for it myself.
I just want to end on one last thought, right? Is the reason we're talking about I run a dedicated node. The reason why running for the noobs out there, right? It's important to run your own node so that it essentially makes your use of Monero more untraceable and untrackable. You're not taking the risk of going through some malicious node that's scanning your usage of Monero, that knows every time you're trying to send a Monero transaction, that can see your IP. So it allows you to use Monero in the most private and secure way possible when you're running your own node.
And just because you're not mining, it doesn't mean that you're not helping the network by running a node.
Exactly. All right, we will leave it at that. Gentlemen, I'll be in touch. I guess we'll touch base tomorrow, guys. Once my Nodo here updates and I have the latest software, and we'll continue to tweak it.
Sure thing.
Yeah, sure
thing. You can stick around for the guest segment if you want.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, please stick around if you guys can, and we'll move it along.
All right, moving on to the news with Tony. Let's do it.
News with Tony.
The Monerotopia Weekly News segment is sponsored by WizardSwap.io, a non-custodial cryptocurrency exchange.
Tony.
Hey, guys. How's my sound? Is it better?
It's good. It's great.
Okay. Is it better than before, or is it kind of...
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay. I got a new headset. So.
Pretty good.
Sounds good.
Awesome. Now the question is, how's your ability to play videos today with sound? That's the real question, Tony. Are we there yet?
Yeah.
We'll see soon enough.
It's just hashtag Linux things. You have to know the specific way to do stuff to make it work. But once you do, it's
I mean, kudos to Tony for running Linux and being a purist and figuring that all out. So kudos to him for that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was trying to plug in my new headset to Linux, and then I had to find the MAC address. So I was trying to do that, and then I just found a cable. So I was like, I'm just gonna put in the cable. So that's what I've done now until I figure it out.
I'm not there. I'm not there, guys. I'm not there. But good for you.
It's a pain. Yeah, it's a true pain. Before we get into the news section, I wanted to say Brindel. So as a fellow European, flying is safer than any other mode of transportation. He did mention the fear of heights. Yeah, it was kind of maybe like a bit scary for me too in the beginning, but it's really safe. So if you can get over it and come to Mexico, that'll be awesome. If not, it would be cool to have Monerotopia in Europe. We had an algorist say in the comment section on YouTube. Let me see if I can find it. He mentioned Bosnia, Montenegro. I mentioned Albania. There's a couple really good countries in which we could host it. Albania is really cash friendly. Like they reject card pretty much in a bunch of places. If you have a card, it's kind of pointless. Last time I went, you just need cash. But for the current Monerotopia, in case you haven't bought your tickets yet, you should use code Tony24. I think Tux has a code. There's other codes, I think. But make sure to use it to get your 10% off for the conference. And one more thing, and we'll get into a new section. We're almost 10K, which is really...
Oh, wait, are you showing your screen right now? Because we don't see it.
No, not yet.
Okay,
I was going to do it now. Give me 1 second. Okay. Yes, in 1 second. But yeah, so we're close to 10K. So guys, hopefully we can make it to 10K soon, like and share. And then I do like Tux's new setup. And it kind of reminds me of this guy's setup. Not sure if you...
Should I just come over here every week to do the show?
That's kind of cool. He kind of reminds me of this guy, more plays than dates. Like a similar setup.
He's at the beginning of the more plates, more dates journey. Now he's gonna get super jacked. He's like, join me on my journey.
Is this a lifting YouTuber?
1.
Oh, he owns the biggest supplement company. I mean, the biggest and the best, actually.
Interesting.
But he's known for
he's pretty knowledgeable. That guy. I've tuned into some of his workout advice. He's actually pretty good.
Yeah, his delts are huge. Okay, let's get into the actual news section, guys.
We got to get him using Monero, man. We got to get him using XMR chat for his super chats. Come on.
That'd be awesome. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna talk about migration in Europe. And it does relate to Monero. 2 weeks ago, we discussed how Sweden is now paying 35,000 euro per person if you're a migrant to move back to your country in an attempt to, I guess, make them go back. But it's just gonna make people want to come in to get the money and get out. It's horrible, and they're just ruining Europe with their policies. Essentially, with bringing all these violent migrants. So first thing, I want to show this video. This guy, which he might be a migrant, maybe not, but it's really disrespectful what he's done, and then relate it to something else. So let's just watch a little bit of this. So essentially, he's in Oktoberfest in Germany, just pushing people off. And the thing is, nobody's doing anything. People are just looking. Nobody's doing anything. And in certain countries, that would not have been allowed. But then I want to bring it to this. Viktor Orban is the Hungary's prime minister. And the point was to bring... The point that I wanted to bring is that when you go against the EU and what they want to do, they really go against you. So Hungary has been fined 220 million euro for not accepting their new migration laws, which is crazy. So the moment you go against the EU or any big organization, globalists, they're going to go against
the UN. Oh my God.
UN, yeah. All of them. So what did he do, Viktor Orban? He said, okay, you're going to fine us 220 million. We're going to make a bus, since you like, and we'll play the video, but we're going to make a bus shipping all the migrants to Brussels, from Hungary to Brussels, since you like them so much. And that's what they did. So let's just watch a little bit of this video. And again, this all relates with Monero just portraying, because if it weren't for these politicians and their ridiculous rules, there would be no need for Monero, which is the ultimate form of freedom. Yeah, let's watch a little bit of this.
Saying under his 6-month EU presidency, he would tackle the bloc's major issues: security, competition, and migration.
Migration is an issue which is a disintegrating factor. Why do we need it? So if you have a problem in Italy and in many countries that you decided to let many migrants come in, and now you have difficulties how to manage to live together with them, it's a serious problem.
The Hungarian government's anti-immigrant rhetoric was furthered when a senior official said Budapest would bus illegal migrants to Brussels.
Az Európai Unió, Brüsszel arra akarja kényszeríteni Magyarországot, hogy engedjük be azokat az illegális migránsokat, akiket eddig feltartóztattunk, akiket eddig 1 millió alkalommal tartóztattunk föl a magyar déli határnál, akkor Magyarország az európai eljárásrend lefolytatása után felajánlja ezeknek az illegális migránsoknak, hogy önkéntesen, ingyenesen, egy útra, akkor Brüsszelbe szállítjuk őket.
So for the people watching, not being able to watch the video, but just listening, essentially it's been said that the migrants will be offered a one-way ticket, free of charge, to Brussels. But now, if you take this and what they've done just to Hungary not abiding to their migration laws, what's going to happen when maybe more European countries are going to want to jail you for retweeting something that misinformation or against the government, which we'll get into in a second. But
Hungary is based, man. Hungary is the Texas of Europe.
Victor, yeah, and Poland is quite good too. But Viktor Orban,
Poland too.
Yeah, it's really good. Now, just on this again, UK is crazy. I can't imagine living there now. But a couple said, we reported migrants we found hiding in van, then we were slapped with £3,000 fine. So they essentially went to France to purchase some antiques, came back, saw some migrant hiding in their van. They reported him or her, and then they were fined. And this is in the UK. Which takes us to this.
What was fined for? What were what was the law they broke?
I guess just not being friendly to migrants.
Not being accepting to the invasion of their culture and society.
Yeah,
essentially.
Incredible.
I'd like to point out that all these couple things that were shown, these are incredibly mild compared to what has actually happened to a lot of these European countries that have forced migration. Anything you could think of has happened, things that I won't say on the stream, but yeah.
It's okay if you didn't say it now, because we'll get into it later.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but actually I talked to my friend from Romania, and she said that in one of the biggest cities, it's not as bad as in other countries, it's still safe, but you go to get served food, and there's no Romanian serving food, just migrants. But so now let's talk about more news from the UK. Retweeting is now a crime. So essentially, if you retweet, that means that you like what you retweeted. So you could be jailed. Now let's watch this. 30 seconds.
If you retweet that, then you're republishing that, and then potentially you're committing that offence. And we do have dedicated police officers who are scouring social media. Their job is to look for this material and then follow up with identification arrests and so forth. So it's a really, really serious. People might think they're not doing anything harmful. They are, and the consequences will be visited upon them.
Isn't that crazy if you're, say, an elderly person and you happen to
They've
be
got
on the internet?
police scouring the internet.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Cloud World tier shit.
Yes, that's crazy. That's not talking about crazy. We've been talking about this for more than a year, I think. The ban on cash payments over 3,000 euro in Europe. Of course, this is so that they push you on the digital euro eventually. And of course, this is to fight money laundering, terrorism, and so on. But yeah, this is a clear first step towards banning cash altogether in order to gain full control over our finances. And then if we go on this website, the European Consumer Center, Germany, we find a list of countries that have no limit on cash. There's no limit. Then there's no limit in the referring legislation, however, restricted use in practice, and cash payment limited. Austria, no limit. Then let's go to my home country, Romania, and there is a limit, 5,000 lei, which is not a lot. It's like $1,000, which is crazy. But I'm not sure if it's quite enforced because we don't tend to. We have laws in Eastern Europe, but we don't really abide by them. Let's see Portugal, actually. Payments of value of 3,000 euros or more may not be made in cash. Okay. Yeah, so it seems. Oh, let's see the UK. That's it. I'm curious. Can make cash payments without any limits. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, it's going to come soon to the UK. So, but then let's get into Monero specific news. Can swapping be traced too? No. So let's get that out of the way. But so somebody said on Reddit, I started swapping all my Bitcoin to XMR as I started reading more articles about Bitcoin and being as anonymous as I thought, taxes and other stuff, and I can't find an answer to one question. If I use a decentralized swapper, Unstoppable Swap, for example, for swapping, will my swapped Bitcoin turn into 30 XMR?
30 XMR. No. That's a good question. That's a good question. But yeah, the answer is resounding no.
Yes, very good question. That's why I wanted to bring it up for maybe new listeners. But he said I'm not an expert on the matter, but I heard something about dirty coins.
It just sounds funny because of how foreign that concept is to Monero. Dirty XMR.
Yes. So there's Monero is fungible. There's no such thing as dirty. One Monero equals one Monero. It doesn't matter who touched it or who didn't or what happened or who used it, when, what, it doesn't matter. So in case you were thinking about this too, can swapping be traced too? Nope. Then, are you sick of crazy cleaning fees on Airbnb? I've actually stopped using Airbnb because I go on it, I see something decently priced, then the cleaning fee is $130 or something crazy, which I think I can just clean it myself. But you can now go on xmrbazaar and rent an apartment. So let's go to this listing. You can get quite a lot of services now on xmrbazaar: cleaning, Airbnb. You can buy cars, homemade food. It's growing quite fast. But if you're in Scotland, Edinburgh, and you want to get an apartment, you can go to xmrbazaar and use Monero for $154 a night for now, because price does fluctuate. But so that's that's really cool. Then let's get a bit more technical about Monero. Lee posted on X, I'll give 100 XMR to TechLeaks24 if you can match a Monero key image to a transaction output. TechLeaks, let's go on his profile. I think I actually have him here. Yep. So he is a Dero node, I guess Dero maxi privacy activist, which talks down about Monero, saying stuff as surveillance capitalists are hiding behind Monero to fight the state-of-the-art cyberpunk tech. Dero, on whose side are you? All this stuff. And there's, let's see. And then I wanted to, because they talked about essentially Monero and this thing called key image analysis. So I wanted to bring it up and discuss it a little bit in case you've seen his posts or some concerns about Monero's, whether it's being cracked or not. But somebody asked on Reddit, I am interested in your most critical take on the capabilities of key image analysis. So I understand this is an attack that is enabled mainly by aggregating massive amounts of metadata, partially on-chain and partially through CEX. John Doe on YouTube, TechLeaks has been spamming Monero CoinMarketCap community page with his blog. Yeah. Rockneum actually responded. So he said the key, and I'm going to read most of this. It's really important, so I'm just going to pretty much read it verbatim. But the key image analysis is just Black Marble and EIE attacks against the ring signature privacy model that have been known for a long time. How long? Within less than 6 months of the Monero Genesis block. The Monero Research Lab released a research bulletin, a note on chain reactions in traceability in CryptoNote 2.0 that covered this. The big unknown is how many of Monero's outputs could be owned by an adversary. If it's the vast majority, then that's a majority privacy problem. The centralized exchanges own most of the outputs, and do they share that information with chain analysis companies? Paper Makarov and Shor, 2021, blockchain analysis of the Bitcoin market found, starting from 2015, 75% of real Bitcoin volume has been linked to exchanges or exchange-like entities. Probably now the number is way, way bigger. Does exchange activity account for a large share of Monero transactions too? That's a harder question to answer using open research methods because so much information in Monero's chain is hidden, unlike Bitcoin. Then I'm going to skip a little bit. There's no similar problem with FCMP++ after the suspected Black Marble spamming earlier this year. MRL meetings considered activating a new hard fork in the short term to raise ring size to 4060 instead of the current 16 to provide a large safety margin. Then he posted his analysis. But then lastly, he said, Rockneam said, as time went on and MRL discussion progressed, it appeared that the FCMP++ research and development is going smoothly and quickly enough that it seems like it is better to wait until VCMP++ can be activated in the next hard fork instead of having two disruptive hard forks in a short period of time. So, yes, in case you were wondering about this key image analysis, chain analysis, tags, how does it relate to Monero, you can find more details on Rockneam's research.
Yeah, we had a whole show too with Arctic Mind where we went through the chain analysis video, and Arctic Mind literally, explained everything. But it's the same concept, right? Being able to the weakness, the flaw of ring signatures, the EAE attack that can be done, which will go away with full chain membership proofs.
Yes. Now let's talk about, this is quite big too, Tornadocash and Gensler and his new ruling. So Tornadocash needed the banking license. Samurai Wallet needed the banking license. What's up? Apple X probably all need licenses too. It doesn't make any sense. Correct. That's why the SEC has proposed a rule to formalize licensing requirements for communication protocols. Critics argue that the rule may be weaponized to criminally indict software developers in an already hostile environment for crypto and privacy devs. Let's go to this, and then we'll go into an article about Gensler's new licensing requirements. So Zach Shapiro wrote on X, main points of the Tornadocash ruling so far, and there's 7 of them. BSA doesn't require control for money transmission. 2, 2019 guidance doesn't have broad control requirement for money transmission, and total independent control is merely one part of a 4-factor test specific to the wallet section of the guidance that specifically does not apply to mixers. Tornadocash is not meaningfully different from custodial mixers like Bitcoin Fog and will frustrate the purpose of the BSA to treat it differently. 4, Tornadocash service goes far and beyond the provision of network access services. 5, Storm is not prosecuted for merely writing code, but if he was, jury should acquit. 6, immutability of the TC pool contracts is a factual issue, dispute, despite apparent admission the government's opposition brief to the contrary. And last, no 1A protection for financial activities using blockchains. Now, so let's go a little bit about on this article. So again, SEC Chair Gary Gensler expressed intent to rule on amendments to Rule 3B16 of the Exchange Act by November. Let's go down. Let's see, where is it? There's one specific. Yeah, okay. So somebody said, as an investor, I understand the need to modernize regulations to address gaps in oversight of electronic trading systems. One anonymous commentator writes, defining an exchange as any system with non-firm trading interest is excessively broad and vague. This could unintentionally, this is important, encompass a wide range of communication platforms and online forums that enable discussion about transactions, but do not themselves execute trades or constitute regulated exchanges. Yeah, so this could be the path towards a more hostile environment for software developers and communication service providers today. Seems unlikely that the proposed amendments to the Exchange Act will not be abused to further crackdowns on dissenting developers if the applied language remains as broad as drafted. So this was on communication protocols. Then this is really huge. So Tor and Tails together, partner together. So they wrote an article saying, countering the threat of global mass surveillance and censorship to a free internet, Tor and Tails provide essential tools to help people around the world stay safe online. By joining forces, these 2 privacy advocates will pool their resources. So that's great. That's really cool. They've been working together for quite some time. I think Tails been around for 15 years. And now they're together. So that's really good news. Then, Kevin said on YouTube, but why does Monero thank Doe? John Doe wrote to give us a chance to buy more. So if you wanted to buy more, there we go. You can buy some more now at a cheaper price. Okay, so Roseanne Barr, she tells Tucker Carlson satanic elites eat babies, which I'm not sure if this is true or not, but that's what she claimed. So let's watch this video. It's actually 2 minutes. I may skip around. We'll see.
You know they eat babies. That is not bullshit. It's true.
So it's not just the dogs and the cats, not just the pets.
It's not just the dogs and the cats. They're full-on vampires. And everybody still thinks I'm crazy, but I'm not crazy. They're full-on vampires. They love the taste of human flesh and they drink human blood. They do, Tucker. Stop staring at me like that.
You're freaking me out, man. Because you spent your
Yeah. So essentially, that's what they're talking about. Whether it's true or not, I can't attest. But if it's true,
wait, let play a little bit longer. Let play a little bit longer.
Okay.
No, what happened? No sound.
Kids I was in mental institutions.
Oh, Tony, I don't know what you did with the sound.
No, really, it's not working.
It was.
What about now?
Babies, that is not.
Yeah, it's working. Yeah.
That's working. Okay.
In the entertainment business, so I think you have some authority on this.
So many kids that I was in mental institutions with over the years, they are all from those cults. And they've covered it all up. They covered it all up. And, you know, I just pray to God. I'm just going to pray to God that he opens everybody's eyes in this country. By the time we go in to vote for Trump, that he will open up everybody's eyes and they will stop pretending to be asleep. You know what they say, you can't wake people up that are pretending to be asleep, but I pray to God, please wake up even those who are pretending to be asleep with the irrefutable truth of what the worst people on this planet are really up to. They are really up to that. They're doing it. There are so many victims. There are so many victims. There are so many children victims that are now adults. The epidemic in America is child sexual abuse, and I just want people to see it. I want people to open up their eyes and see how prevalent and horrible it is. 1 of 3 girls, 1 of 4 boys in this country today. It's just horrible, and you just can't lie it away anymore. It's going to get more and more apparent, and you got to choose your side. You know that.
Gee, okay, I really hope it's not 1 out of 3. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I don't know. Is Roseanne Barr speaking the truth? Does she? I mean, I don't know, man.
So
I don't think she has any reason.
I don't know.
Any reason to lie.
Well, if you Google her name, which I did, the first thing, what is Roseanne Barr diagnosed with? First thing you see, multiple personality disorder. Now, is it there? I don't know. It could be that, what if it wasn't there before, but now she talked to her about this, and then they bumped it up so that the first thing you see is that.
Yeah,
Would that be it?
Completely trying to discredit her. Similar to RFK Jr. having, the one article the New York Times wrote about him was that he had holes in his brain.
I only heard the tail end of whatever that it was. I had to walk away for a second.
Wait, RFK? RFK has holes in his brain?
Yeah, he has like a... RFK has like a... Was it like a worm or something?
Oh, I think I've heard about it.
Yeah, my point is that was the one time he was kind of highlighted on the cover of the New York Times throughout his run for presidency, was them claiming that he has brain worms and
brain worms
should be discredited as a credible person. So obviously Roseanne Barr, she's always been extreme in her views, but it's interesting that she's coming out with these accusations that there's some dark, nefarious things happening within the entertainment industry. Like, you've heard rumors of this in various different ways, these quote unquote conspiracy theories. I don't know. It's just kind of crazy, though, that people are now saying it kind of with passion and conviction.
I'm inclined to not trust her in anything, but at the same time, if anyone would know, she would, because she's someone who would be allowed in those type of communities because of the race that she is.
Yeah. Whether it's true or not, I just hope the last statistic is not true with the 1 out of 3 and 1 out of 4. I don't think that's too crazy. That's too much, but I don't know.
Any more news?
Yes. So I think I need to refresh this because I was watching it. Let's see. Yes, so this is like 2 minutes. But this is Sherri Tenpenny, and she's going to talk about the UN meeting that happens last weekend in New York City. So it's actually nothing new. We all knew about this, but it's so crazy. So let's go ahead and watch it.
Hi, everyone. This is Dr. Sherri Tenpenny, and I want to do a quick update about a document that got passed by the United Nations this weekend called the Pact of the Future document. It's 2 parts, one on science and technology and one about the youth and future generations. It is quite egregious, and it was done by a procedure called the silence procedure, which makes it a pact. And if no one objected, it is automatically adopted and put into the record as being completely adopted. This is the World Health Organization's runaround, or end around. Since they were not able to get the World Health Organization treaty passed, they decided to take it to the General Assembly. And it is even more egregious than what the World Health Organization was wanting to get passed. Let me just read you something really quickly about what is inside of this pact that is now being accepted by 193 nations around the world and equally open-armed accepted by our current administration. Everyone, it says that this is the power structure, fully digital and maximized for the control of the masses. Everyone will be expected to have a biometric digital ID that marks them not just as egregious thing that's happening at the level of the World Health Organization and the United Nations. Anyone that has a dissonant opinion will be labeled as misinformation, disinformation, or malinformation and memory hold. Perpetrators for unapproved information will be fact-checked and punished by the system, which will be operated and enforced by artificial intelligence. Punishments will include being locked out of one's bank account, being unable to make certain purchases, unable to get on an airplane, on a subway, drive on public roads. This is the future, according to the world's self-appointed overlords at the United Nations. These are unelected bureaucrats that are making decisions about our country, our sovereignty around the world. Nothing could be more important at this point in time than to get prepared. Have water, food, digital access, flashlights, a way to communicate with family and friends. Now is really the time to get involved and get prepared, because this is what's coming. Our Congress is sitting on its hands. There was a press conference on the 17th about this, and no further action has been taken. So it's up to us to mobilize and to go forward, particularly with your local sheriffs, to get your constitutional sheriffs to say, this isn't going to be allowed in my county. Thank you very much. Take action. We've been talking about the onset of one world order.
And she also, I think she got it out, but I think she also mentioned to buy Monero. But yeah, this is not new stuff. We've been talking about it on the show for past couple of years, the direction in which they want to push us, which is 1994 on steroids, and really bad steroids, aggressive steroids. But yeah, this was the news section, guys. Again, if you haven't bought your tickets for Monerotopia, make sure to use the code 2024, so you can get 10% off. And we'll see you next week for the news section.
Thanks, Tony. I do have one thing I want to quickly share, if I can, that I think some people saw. So a fellow community member who has been on the show before, Car Battery LB, he's a Lebanese guy who sells car batteries and accepts Monero, and I think he's been on the show before, hasn't he, Doug? He's currently
yes, he has, and I was gonna ask him to maybe try to pop on, but I didn't. It looks like he's
in a rough
through a lot
situation
right now. But yeah, go ahead.
Heavily bombed right now, and so if you want to support him, it looks like he added his Monero address and it's pinned, so you can use Bird Pay. You could just put in his username and send him a donation. I've sent him a couple because it looks like he's in a pretty bad situation. And he was going to host some other people at his house, and then he had to leave his own house. They had to find another place to stay. And this kind of shit's just so messed up. This just shouldn't be happening at all. But
yeah, car battery. Obviously, you're going through a lot. I'm sure Monerotopia is the last thing on your mind. But at some point, if you ever want to come up and tell us your side of the story. What's happening there? And yeah, he's been on the show in the past. Great guy. He was one of the earliest xmrbazaar adopters. Created one of the first listings, and then was trying to onboard additional businesses in his area. So yeah, it's unfortunate to see people that we know actually dealing with the consequences of what's going on over there.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, with that being said, thank you, Tony, for the news. I guess that was pretty much it this week. I do have to. I need to run myself. So I'm not sure if we should move on to viewers on stage or not.
No, let's move on, and then can we? I think I'll be able to remotely play the outro at some point. So let's get it started. Let's get people up here, and then hopefully it can kind of be self-perpetuating. I'm sure Alaskanon will
Alaskanon will keep it going, and he will prevent any dead air.
Yeah.
So that's not a problem.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
It's the Viewers on Stage segment. It's that time where we invite you, the viewers, up on stage to comment on anything you've heard so far today, ask the guest a question, or maybe talk about one of the news topics. Come on down.
All right, I'm adding everybody up. I'll keep this open for another minute or two so I can add people up. I'm just going to go ahead and add everybody now while I can. You can leave if you don't want to be on the stage. But yeah, what's up? What's up, Alaskanon? Welcome.
Hello, gentlemen.
Just a second here.
Hello, gentlemen.
And to any new people, use the StreamYard link that was just posted there. Jump up if you've never jumped up before. Let's get some new voices up here.
Please.
Hey, that was a great show, Alaska. You and Doug's show, the previous Monero Talk, that was fantastic.
I'm still going to watch that.
I had a question for Brindel and Abdullah. Especially like the longer I watch this project, the more impressed, because I mentioned it on the show that I did with Doug on Thursday that I thought when this project first launched, I mean, I got in right away, but I was very skeptical that it could be done anywhere close to as fast as you guys have actually pulled it off. I've played around with stuff like this before with much better equipped to tackle such a project than you guys, and they frequently just do not get where that people want them to be. And oddly enough, the two of you have exceeded the expectations that were originally set, which I mean, props. It's obviously a passion of yours, but
no, I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, I had the question of, I mean, you've got RISC-V, you've got, disabling Intel management engine and stuff like that, and all of these other attempts at freeing hardware. And it comes up constantly. I know Bawdy's talked about it. I've talked about it. Nihilist talked about it. There's so many people who we recognize like the shortfalls of the hardware freedom movement. But I think that right now, there's some things going on that might represent a chance for not only catching up, but exceeding the current state, especially with stuff like RISC-V, right? Where there's kind of a new realm of architecture and there's a new realm of hardware design that's opening up right now that would give a level playing field, especially when considering how these fabs are like 100 bajillion trillion dollar operations and all of that other stuff. And I was just wondering, so there's that way off in the distance, and then there's where we've just made it to right now, right? With example, your project and all these other projects and people using rock pies and stuff. What is the next step for hardware freedom enthusiasts, something actionable, and particularly what you two are interested in doing after Nodo for the next thing, right? Like I think the financial freedom step was the right move, right? Starting with something that can be done now to further separate money and Orwellian technocracy with the Nodo. but what's the next one? Is it like the cheapest plug and play, Tor exit node or what? Yeah, go ahead.
A wallet, 100%. One thing I really fucking hate is that if you want to have a almost literal wallet for Monero, you're going to need a smartphone. And smartphones are about the polar opposite of free hardware. They're terrible. They're basically bugs. And I would love to have an actual hardware wallet that has a full UI on it, with which you can spend, like with a camera on the back where you can scan a QR code and you can spend your Monero on it with actual free hardware. That is something I would love to see. I think that is one of the most
that should be doable too, but it's pretty far from what people currently expect.
What do you mean?
I mean, people have gotten very used to carrying around their phone and doing everything on their phone.
Oh yeah, but I mean, people get used to things quickly, man. No, I know what you're saying, but I mean, generally, I think people need to step away from smartphones as much as they can with like daily tasks and be less dependent on the damn thing. I've gone without a smartphone for over a decade and I went by just fine. I have one now, but I got it specifically because I wanted a Monero wallet to carry around. So I got an old Pixel 4 with graphene on it. It's about as far as I could push it in terms of freedom. But I still realize that it's a black box.
If I could brag for a minute, I was successfully a truck driver in the lower 48 down there in fake America land without a smartphone for almost 3 years. And I was an absolute relic of a long bygone time. But I managed to not use a smartphone and be a truck driver, which is like one of the most smartphone intensive industries. And I just refused over and over again.
Respect,
but it's interesting because you're like a pariah. It's bizarre to see.
Yeah. What are you hiding? What are you nefarious? Because people actually get a little scared of you when they realize you don't have a smartphone nowadays, especially girls.
Yeah, how do I get a hold of you? You don't. Leave me alone.
If you don't have Facebook and if you don't have TikTok, you don't exist.
How about you, Abdullah? What are you thinking about the next phase of hardware freedom?
Hey, so I just want to say, first of all, thanks so much for endlessly plugging away at the need for the separation of, the money aspect of it, and then using the tools available at our disposal to kind of make those things a reality. And of course, there's software and hardware. For this current generation, I would say we've pretty much reached the limit of what's possible based on the selected architecture, which is, again, Rockchip, their 8-core CPU with the maxed out everything. And so that's based on the 8 nanometer process. So it's by no means the cutting edge, but it is very efficient for its use case, which is lightweight, maximum of 25 watt power device that is essentially they're going to be dedicated for instead of getting something else which may not be as optimized for maybe a percentage of the price that. So of course the Monero GUI is a fantastic piece of software that really you don't need all of this. You could just get an old laptop and run the Monero GUI over Linux to get most of the benefits of what Nodo does. But where Nodo really shines is doing that and the possibilities beyond. So for this gen itself, the current software or feature set that we have is definitely the start of what's possible. I'm sure there's further iteration that can be done, and we will continue to work on that for this generation of hardware as long as it exists. But to answer your question about what's next for hardware, RISC-V is definitely the right direction. It's an answer to the hegemony of, or rather the artificially limited supply of high-end CPUs. So if we, a wallet is definitely one application of what we could explore. And, others have tried with air-gapped hardware devices to varying degrees and with various other chains. But again, our focus has been Monero, so that's been always the priority. And we do see the need for streamlined Monero-only wallet for mobile purposes. I get that convenience aspect of mobile phones, and I also understand that that's how they entrap you, right? That's how they get you to stay on the Apple Watch or your iPhone or whatever it is. Like just the convenience factor, even though large strides have been made by the open source community to make accessible these great technologies, which actually end up allowing greater freedom and more utility as well from open source. And so, yep, the other way we can go is scaling up to heavy miners and things like that. And honestly, I've refrained from speaking much about the next steps because kind of the focus has been Nodo getting that out, and that establishes certain parameters for supply and things. We can set those in motion after the first batch is complete, and that allows a lot of freedom. But I have been working on multiple other things, and that includes the mining stuff that a lot of people have been talking about. There's been talk of dedicated ASIC miners, as absurd as that sounds for Monero. But I'm talking about good old-fashioned CPU-based. Sure, it is not RISC-V, but it's what's available today. We could potentially procure high-end server equipment and repurpose that to run miners and stuff like that. I think that's another direction that can be gone in. Of course, that's going to narrow down the number of people who are going to be able to access it, because at that higher end of miner optimized hardware, then you're looking at a magnitude of increase in terms of price, entry price to, even if we do various devices at different configurations to manage like a mid and a flagship model, even then the entry price is still going to be 5-figure USD based, and so yep, that's pretty much.
Okay, I have a question.
Yep.
So with these with the Monero Nodo, I've seen like Raspberry Pi 4s with like the displays and stuff like that, and they're flat. And so it seems like it would be kind of difficult to scan a QR code on a screen underneath like a glass jewelry counter or something like that in a store with this Nodo, trying to like aim your phone down through the glass to see this. So is there any kind of like way to run the interface for the Nodo on like a thin client or something like that, so you can have a screen and you can angle it, like you can have a bigger screen for it, or you can angle it whichever way you need to for your business or something like that? Because it just seems like that would be kind of difficult.
Well, it has an HDMI output for one.
And also the USB-Cs, both of them support DisplayPort. So if you have a monitor that accepts a USB DisplayPort, then you could, plug in either HDMI or we should probably test a standard. I mean, the range of monitors is large, but
it would actually be cool to have a multi-screen setup where you have one screen to create payment requests and then the other screen to show the QR code. but that's just a theory.
I mean, if you were to be running a desktop interface, something like Ubuntu, then plugging a monitor in would extend that that system to those number of monitors. So you're looking at potentially up to 3 monitor support. We haven't tried it, of course, but we probably should. And as far as Nodo UI is concerned, we haven't really taken any steps to extend the Nodo UI itself to another display. But it can.
It should just be able to mirror it, right? Like
I should also say that the screen problem. I think the display is crisp enough and to really handle, like under a counter. I understand with thick glass, and that adds a layer of distortion to the original image. But the display itself, yes, it is perfectly flat. But the OLED allows the pixels in between to be switched off, and that leads to a clearer scan from a device. So I don't really have that problem. We envision the Nodo itself just standing where your kiosk would be, either horizontally, or it can also stand vertically on its bottom.
Yes, so it also has a little screw hole in the back, so you can secure it that way.
I think this is a good time to bring up a lot of people. I mean, on the one hand, this purchasing a Nodo is an excellent way to support people if you are not a technically savvy individual who are getting these kinds of developments in place or whatever. But another thing to consider is we do not have $1 billion apparatus testing, you know, the next generation of iPhone, you know, for 3 months before it's released with like 1 million people or whatever crazy number that they're able to. And just like with the launch of xmrbazaar or all these other projects, users using it and reporting their findings is absolutely critical. Shortwave Surfer has been generous enough with his time to help with people who have vision issues with a lot of this software. So some of the people who live with me right now, but we need to be mindful that a dev or a designer or an architect or an engineer, they're always going to be far too familiar with their own technology.
Yes.
Because they're going to know how to fix problems that don't seem like a problem to them, but somebody who's not a power user is going to be able to figure out what the shortfalls of a design are. So this is another reason why we need to get these in the hands of people who are going to have the patience and then the discipline to actually respond to, you know, their issues. You can't just give up, right? So I do a lot with graphene phones. I put graphene phones in a lot of people's hands. And one of the things that I always tell them is, if there is something that you are unable to do on your phone, you need to reach out to me. You need to make it clear what problems you're having, so I can not only help you address those problems, but I can prevent other people from having those problems and so on. I mean, I've been using graphene phones for, I don't even know how long, a very long time now.
Yeah.
And so all of it is very familiar to me.
Yes.
But a person like myself is not even going to realize. I have no idea what it's like to use an iPhone at this point, except for when people bring me their tech problems, and I'm like, "There's your problem. You're using an iPhone. That's your problem." Right? Or when people, you know, the latest Linux, or the latest Windows bug. I barely even talk about Windows, right? But like, hey, you're pretty tech savvy. Can you show me how to blah, blah, blah? And then you sit down at their Mac or their Windows computer and you're just like, what kind of alien shenanigans is this? How do people even use this thing? So we're not familiar with the problems of people coming over to a different wheelhouse. And that's where we need you. We need people who are the Luddites of the world, like the farmers and the, you know, the truckers and the bakers and all of that, who don't live in this world, but have a use for this world. We need you to test these things, and we need you to tell us what the problem is, and we need you to tell us what could change about it to make it better. That is absolutely one of the most critical things that we can do to free humanity, is everybody playing their part to test these products, projects, and so on, and make that information available back to the engineers and the designers and the architects and all of that stuff that are performing these things.
Great point.
Like I said, it has an auto updater, so it can always be fixed at a later stage if there's anything people have found. And yes, please do reach out. I'm more than happy to fix it.
And you're right. There's not a billion people, billion employees, having like 1,000 product managers, and that.
Yeah, it's actually 3 people in total.
And just one more thing on that topic is developers. Some of you are not taking the time to make yourself available to people who have legitimate concerns about what you're designing. It's very easy to get lost in the next project, the next cool feature you want to add. One of the things that people like myself are always saying to Doug is like, instead of jumping into the next project, give the stuff as it is a chance to get better and iterate, right? Designers, developers, visionaries, and so on, they always find themselves immediately going to the next feature they want to add. Stop. You need to give the users time to figure out what bugs that you have left in your system and focus on streamlining what you've already finished before you move on to the next thing. It's one of the reasons why open source and freedom-based technology is suffering right now, is because all of the proprietary systems are in tune with the fact that you need to make it accessible to even the most common user. And we in the open source community are not doing that. We're always moving on to the next thing. We're always trying to be like make parity with the other guy, right? You don't have to have every single feature. If the features that you do have are extremely accessible and easy to use. We kind of talked about this with SimpleX and Signal, I think last Saturday, where Signal is good enough, right? It's allowing people to get access to freedom in their communication now, and it's super easy to use. Now, I'm super all about SimpleX, but we have to remember that if you leave the general public behind, you are going to lose the war. So
yeah, shout out. It's really cool. Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Abdullah, really great, and fat props to all of you. Does it get like warm, the CPU in the case? How about that?
Yeah, the case acts as a heat sink, so it does get warm. Especially during the first sync, it will feel a little bit, I wouldn't say too warm, but it feels like, but it's completely normal and it can handle it just fine.
The internal
aluminum, right?
Yeah, it's entirely aluminum, and there's actually an internal element that's extending upwards from the CPU, and that's how it starts dissipating throughout the case. So during first sync, it's going to get a little warm. It's definitely within the safe operating range of the device, well within that range, and it's just a little uncomfortable to touch, I would say. After the 100% sync is complete, it's going to cool down and stay cool as it keeps up with the newer blocks.
But that's roughly between 60 and 70 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, at the initial sync, it's going full throttle, all the CPUs mostly, and so that's when you would expect to see them.
And the mining is dedicated on the graphic cards, as far as I understood?
No,
no, mining is on the CPU.
Ah, and you can activate it and deactivate it.
Yes, and it will get warm too when you enable mining.
Yeah, when mining,
700
it gets hot, guys. It gets in that initial sync. It does in fact get. I mean, it's built to get hot though. It's literally a metal aluminum case that acts.
I wouldn't say a hot. It's not like it's gonna burn your legs off or anything, but it's
you're not gonna get scolded from it, but it gets. I'd describe it as hot when it's initially syncing.
Does it have proper 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi support? Because I know some like IoT devices do not, and that really irritates me.
It does. So 2.5 and 5 gigahertz networks, as well as the newer 6 gigahertz as well. That's 6E specification.
Oh, okay, cool. That's awesome. Okay.
Hell yeah, dude.
And the user is capped. He cannot use more than one core to mine. That's a good thing. I wouldn't even mine with it, but that's just
no. It uses. I mean, currently I've been testing it with all cores, and it's still like perfectly functional. But we're likely going to be capping it to 6 cores because that seems like the right balance
of usability. We don't want the whole
How
thing
many cores does it have?
8.
Oh, okay.
So 4 little cores and 4 big cores, basically low efficiency and high power cores, respectively.
For those of you listening who are not very technically savvy, the non-power user breakdown is this. They have truly future-proofed this for many years out. It is well engineered for the next adaptations of networking, the next adaptations to Monero. It's got plenty of room to grow with the Monero blockchain. And so I hope that helps.
Yes.
That does.
Even if it does need a hardware upgrade at any point, the back of the case can be screwed off and you can replace the SSD if it's ever necessary. Like, it's not like you have to return the damn thing. If you have anybody close to you that knows anything about hardware, they can upgrade it for you just fine. And for the more tech-savvy people, you can use it for other purposes if you do so desire.
Can I use it as a heater since winter is coming and I need to heat up the apartment?
Don't know if it gets that hard.
I think it's a bit small for that.
Although, see, that is the absolute perfect thing for a miner, to get a miner that runs between 700 and, like, say 700 and 1500 watts of power. That would be perfect, because then I could replace the space heater that's sitting right beside my bed for winter days when it's extremely cold and I want to run this space heater. But literally all I'm doing is burning electricity. It's not doing anything for me. If it was a miner,
do you need me to send you a mining computer so you can stay warm, or what's going on here?
I have a couple of computers that sit here and mine during the winter, but it's still not 700 watts of heat. It's more like 200.
Okay, so you guys, I'm in Alaska right now. It gets a little chilly up here. I don't know if you guys have figured that out. I have my window open and I have it blowing cold air into this room, and I'm almost sweating. Like, to give you an idea of how effective it can be to heat your house with the mining process.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how Arctic Mine got the name. And Abdullah is looking, I think he kind of mentioned this in passing, considering miners in the future as a potential product. One of the things he was looking at was perhaps trying to design it in a way where it does function well as a space heater as well.
And why 1500 watts? 1500 watts.
That's what
800
that's what
is a good. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I was just going to say, he was asking why 1500, and that's because at least in a lot of places, at least in the United States, 1500 is about the maximum you can pull from an electrical wire through your outlet without tripping breakers and stuff like that. So our wire safety gauges are set that way.
Oh, okay. For the wire. Good. No, I think that I would do it like mine, especially now. It's getting cold here in Germany, but it's because of the noise. Like, I would have to. There are these things you put on the sockets. For me, it's the socket 2011, and I would have to put liquid through it. That's a special liquid that doesn't freeze, like on that you put on the car, like on your windshield.
Antifreeze.
Yeah, that's the one. So you can cool it and you can bring it outside, so it doesn't freeze when it's getting cold outside of the house. Then when it gets back, it needs like Aquarius pump. And yeah, but for each socket, like the water block is like 50 euros, and if you have 8 motherboards, you're like putting already just for the socket element, you're putting 500 euros or more. But that's really beneficial project for any person that wants to heat their houses with Monero mining. It's really great.
I think that's a fair point as far as liquid cooling and the antifreeze. There's more to using mining to dissipate heat. I would say that's one approach. For me, I kind of set some ground rules because obviously noise is also a concern, as well as airflow. Like I prefer air cooled, like not having water blocks and the liquid around expensive server grade
Yes,
cards.
yes. I never done it before. Like I don't know how it
And
works.
the key to that is old school thermal engineering, like managing the airflow and direction of the airflow, and of course the input and input power and noise. So optimizing for all of these factors, you end up with a machine that's roughly 800 watts and has got is air cooled and has got lots of fans, but these are like super quiet industrial grade, and the maximum noise is about 40 decibels, I believe, after optimization. So that's pretty good.
I don't
Pretty
know
big.
about that, but I'm rather sensitive, but about the noise and sleeping and stuff. But
Yeah.
like how do you do it if you are trying to cool the liquid itself, like a mini freezer? Is that possible? I thought about it. I didn't research it, but like because I have an application case for me, I can heat a small apartment during the winter for 6 months, but then I need to cool the liquid. And I was thinking perhaps there is also already something available to cool the liquid in like a little freezer or something. Or doesn't that exist, like lab stuff, or I don't know.
I mean, that does exist, but one thing that I would point out that is important to think about if you are getting very serious about setting up a mining-based heater, like a CPU-based heater or whatever. Aesthetics, which you did a great job on the Nodo, by the way, but aesthetics when it comes to like a piece of furniture, well, remember the fireplace is usually like the centerpiece of the house. And your solution should be highly aesthetically pleasing. And that's one of the ways that you can, by the way, get top dollar for it, because people spend a certain amount of money on their utility. They spend a certain amount of money on the aesthetics of where they live. And you can kind of seize both sources of revenue and give somebody a very pleasing product. So when it comes to cooling, don't think too much like a computer designer and think a little bit more like if you were designing a cast iron stove.
Yes, yes. I'm liking that, man.
And then another thing is you're not going to move it very much. So weight is less of an issue, especially if you had like some really nice casters on it or something. But an old school fireplace, they actually had these, you would put a cast iron fan on top of your fireplace. And as it was conducting the heat, it would start to spin faster and faster on its own, using the heat as the source of energy for the fan to circulate the heat around. And the thing is it really is some basic, like the more highly thermally conductive metal you attach to the thing, the better it's going to do, right? So in terms of a heater, don't think so much about mining capacity and think more about the more passive the heater is, the better, right? The more metal and the more decorative metal, the better. And then you can even use the heat source as the means by which the fans spin, as opposed to putting electric fans that can fail you. You can have very rigid ball bearings on a thermal conductive fan mechanism, right? Would be another. And you don't have to design a whole lot of that because most of it has already been designed in the context of, for example, fireplaces and so on. Or the liquid can circulate itself if designed, you know, with that in mind, right? The heat moves the liquid. Well, there's not really an upper limit to how much liquid you can use or what liquid you can use. Like maybe an oil-based liquid is more intelligent because it gets more and less viscous as it circulates. So you can think of like one of those oil circulating based passive heaters. So in other words, I would move away a little bit from designing a computer, and I would move toward designing a piece of furniture. I hope that
guys,
helps.
this is what I eventually would like to produce as a next product, perhaps way down the line. But the Monero sauna, man, I want an in-house. I'm completely serious about this. I mean, it's a perfect use case.
Right, man.
Running 24/7, always ready.
He was just talking about. Oh, good.
What's the block height?
This is what I want.
He was just talking earlier about stoves, and it made me sit here and think about baking pies with Monero.
I mean, a Monero sauna seems pretty practical. I don't know. Seems
well, if we were to design a germanium-based CPU, we could bring the ambient temperatures high enough to build like Monero mining ovens. But that's a little above my pay grade. But I'm just saying, if somebody out there has the knowledge base,
there's quite a lot of different solutions to this problem, and some of them which I did explore was kind of intakes. If you imagine automotive intakes for high end, I think there's a really cool video on YouTube about this. So some guy 3D printed some parts, which are functioning as intakes to channel air, and as a result, it cools better, needs less fans, and it kind of gives it this kind of.
Well, so gentlemen, I just want to throw it out there though. The solution would probably be to integrate for a large. Yeah. So what if, for example, your heater was also an air purifier? Right, because you're already trying to circulate air. You're already trying. You see what I'm saying? So, and then you could even like have you standardize it for like a typical house air filter or whatever. I was just thinking about that though when he was bringing up that sauna, where it's like there's so much air.
Existing ducting, maybe hot into the existing duct that reroutes hot air or something. Sure, it can definitely, like, it's really a matter of deciding that it needs to be done, 3D printing it. It just we could use the box standard what do you call vent size that is used, or in fact we could even customize it because we're 3D printing, right? So based on your home, and if you have a special requirement like next to your window, and we want to optimize it, bringing air, cold air in, and venting hot air in a particular direction. Something maybe even like a flexible vent that you can route wherever you want. There's a utility to that, right? And I like the idea of it being more furniture than a computer. Of course, it has at its core is a computer, but it doesn't have to look like the existing box with RGB lights that we're used to expect. When you think about a miner, and so I did consider that, and it is possible to do custom enclosures and airflow analysis, which I've actually done a bit of, to kind of measure different configurations to optimize airflow in a certain direction. So we're pulling air from the front, for example, and from the sides, and venting upwards. So that's a good strategy in general, to be venting hot air, which tends to rise and setting the configuration up so that it's venting upwards by default. And we don't.
I had the thought. So I built my kids a bunk bed, and I was trying to figure out how to go further with the mining thing for heating their room. And one of the things that had come to mind was I was thinking about running tubing from the CPU cooler all the way around the underside of both beds and just circulating the fluid all the way around. So there's like a pocket of heat, which I'm already kind of doing under the mattress, but I thought it'd be cool to like have like a pocket of heat from the circulating liquid. Of course, the volume of liquid and the size of the pump and stuff was just like, yeah, this is ridiculous. But
yeah,
the thing is if you did a mining version of that where you had like one of those foot warmer pads, right? And you just use rugged tubing for like, let's say, a heavy duty piece of machinery, like a excavator or a semi or whatever. You just had like this absolutely rigid tubing system. Like, wouldn't that be cool though if you had like your heater and then it had these little like plug-in ports where you could circulate, or it could just be like thermal conductive wire of some kind or whatever, but there's just like a foot pad for warming your feet, or like all of the different utilities that you could build into it to like capture the thermal energy.
Yeah, route it somewhere else. Exactly. And I think it's really a matter of, the technology is there. We could 3D print pretty much whatever we want, attachments to go on CPU coolers on top of fan exits. And that was kind of the idea with the intake exhaust manifold kind of design process, in that it could plug into external kind of other attachments that could help you channel air whatever you want, while also retaining its thermal capacity. It's like it also needs cool air, right? So we have to do it in a way that's it's not just flooding warm air, and that's constantly recirculating. So there's a, I guess, a definite potential in that direction, especially with single or series of miners or machines. And the area itself is really compact, like getting even if you're using off-the-shelf parts like existing cases and stuff, it is possible to then build around those. You don't have to like we did with Nodo, like the enclosure is completely bespoke. We don't necessarily have to do that, but we can. We've acquired the expertise and ability to do that. And if it makes sense from a design perspective, it definitely that's the way to go, right? That's the differentiator between just a box standard computer and something that is useful to your life and also getting you KYC Monero at the same time. But yeah, that's.
And a hit counter on the amount of piconeros that are mined, like the visual representation of that would be really nice.
Right, there are many calculators. If someone can tell me like a reliable one that would help me do some calculations, but I did run some numbers based on the machine to specs that we have. Maybe we could. It all depends on electricity consumption, right? That's what it comes down to. But the output.
I honestly don't think the calculator matters that much, man, because the whole point is to waste the electricity. Like the whole point is to turn it into heat. Right?
I do have a hash rate. XMRig has benchmarks of already existing machines, and you can look up all the different configurations that are on there and to, build your own based on the specs on xmrig/benchmark. And so that's really a great resource because anyone can build a machine, can benchmark their machine and post the results. So we're looking at something that's definitely going to replace number 1 and probably be at the very top, number 5 for the second variant. A hash rate of about 200,000 hashes per second, which is 200 kilohash per second. Projected, of course, but could be give or take 10 kilohash per second as well. But obviously, number 1 is something like 183,000 hashes per second, and that's a very well-known spec. And so, with just some optimization, it might be definitely possible to surpass that with some clever specking, I would say, just as with Nodo, just some careful selection of CPU, motherboard, RAM components, which, unlike Nodo, is going to be off the shelf this time. The only differentiator would possibly be how we package and make it useful in other ways.
For the listener listening now, if you have like 20 kilo hashes a year, it makes about 1 Monero with the current hash rate. So if you get 2 really good computers with about 40 cores, you should be good to go to mine a whole Monero of oxygen on the year. Yeah. And shout out to the new miners and the mining pools and everything that is starting up. I want to start my own mining pool as well. And it's really, really difficult because of the old operative system that is still lingering. But it's almost there. Yeah, that's another option to make a mining pool, I guess. So how many 183 kilo hash 183 kilo hashes, how many CPUs are you using in that estimate?
Two CPUs
only, but then it's going to be really expensive.
Yeah. So that's the problem with having. I mean, it's a classic argument. You could have 10 different machines, single CPU machines, 10 motherboards, 10, or rather, you could use multiple power supplies to supply each mining CPU, right? Which needs its. So sure, it could potentially make sense to have smaller single CPU devices instead of twin CPU devices. But as you get to the higher end, the twin CPUs would end up being a lot more cost effective as well as efficient in terms of noise, in terms of lower operating costs, fewer parts to go wrong.
Are you looking at Super Micro by any chance?
Not really.
The motherboards, Super Micro. They usually have like dual socket, really good CPU support. That's what I like.
Yeah, there are many. It depends on the exact CPU. So we're looking at. I think it's. I'm not sure. I'll have to check again, but it's probably a Gigabyte motherboard, and that's a server motherboard. It's not a consumer PC. Also, the RAM would be ECC RAM, which means it's error correcting. It's different from consumer hardware. This makes a difference to the hash rate. And depending on, I mean, we're talking about a pretty powerful machine here. Just 2 CPUs in itself, even moderately spec'd, would be kind of surpass the highest end single CPUs that are available today. I think the Threadripper is the fastest consumer grade CPU you can buy for any computational power in terms of just CPU power. So
that would be around $5,000, right? Like
yep. And the benefit of going with dual and paying close to twice as much and just probably slightly less is that you actually do get a performance improvement. And I probably, there's a lot to be, just as with Nodo, talking about mining is such a complex topic. And without
I would look at it for the utility that it provides beyond the mining, like a heater, or I don't know what the use case is, what you're going to do with the heat.
Give you a reliable return on investment. That has to be like the fundamental things, and that presents certain constraints on how we can specify. Like, it doesn't make sense to do 2 CPUs of 32 cores each. It just doesn't make sense to do that, because you can get a single CPU that outperforms that, right? And so it's just about efficiency. And so the only reason we would go to 2 is because we're getting a benefit of more than what a single CPU on its own can do. And that's what we see with the benchmarks, is the fastest Monero miners are dual CPUs with the kind of server grade architecture. And so
they're correcting memory.
Yep. And I just want to point out that when I talk about the Monero ASIC, I was being kind of sarcastic. I know it's there can be no ASIC as such for what is RandomX CPU based protocol. So yep, I am aware of. So that's not what I'm talking about, though. It's if you have a use case for it, I think Arctic also talked about this, that if you do have a use case for it other than mining, then of course it can potentially add value to your life. If you're into AI, I don't know, that seems to be the current trend. A few years ago, everyone seemed to be into building for the metaverse, and everybody's making products, but the product is something like an app or something. It's not really a physical thing, and that's a whole another topic. And so I've always been into physical things. Just wanted to, of course, things like Monero, which there's been this whole, the last talk, I think Alaska, you talked about whether it's real or not, somebody questioning that, gold is real and Monero isn't. And so is math real? Of course it's real. It's like one of the most fundamental principles of underlying our universe, like everything, without whether we want it or not, it's not dependent on how any one person feels about it. And so
not to get super philosophical about it, but the easiest way I've ever found to try to explain to somebody how you can deduce whether or not something is real when it's etheric in nature is you can witness its acting upon something of a greater level of substance. So what I mean by that is, how do you know knowledge is real? Well, if you have true knowledge, something that is actually true, you can use that knowledge to affect things of other substance. And that's one of the reasons why I point out that Monero is real, is because it's using mathematical principles that have affected the substance of our reality, right? So because the math principles that are underneath Monero are true, you can use those same principles to affect the world around you. And so that's why you can rely upon them. It's not like when you build a rocket, you are guessing how far that rocket is going to go. When you throw a stone, you're subconsciously calculating using mathematical principles how hard to throw it to get it where you want to go. And people use that every day, but they imagine that the stone is the thing that has exerted energy upon itself almost. But you have to remember that there's several layers of substantive things that are using mathematical principles to generate a result. So when people ask, like, how can you think of Monero as real? Well, look, there's a targeted amount of tangibility in making the perfect currency. You actually want it to be slightly less tangible than gold. It's the tangible nature of gold that is holding it back, right? And so if you want to really capture the value of a currency, you want it to flow as freely as ideas or knowledge does, because there's no friction in the transaction generated by the currency.
Exactly.
And to add a level of tangibility while we're on the topic too. Okay, why are so many people obsessed with these Monero miner heat generators? Because I really don't want to lose the audience if that's the case. Here's the thing. Waste solar energy is a perfect example of, you want to take something that you have a certain capacity for capturing and you want to turn it into something else. Well, you can turn it into heat and profit from it. Well, what can you do with that heat? Well, you can dry things. You can cure things. You can, right? So as soon as you have the ability to harness heat from electricity in an efficient and profitable way, or at least more profitable, right? You can then use that heat for another step. So drying meats in Alaska is a very, very popular activity. Okay. Or like, think of how many concrete floors circulate heat through the floor. Okay. That's another perfect example. Now imagine if the utility of this heating machine, you can swap out parts, right? So if it's set up in, for example, a concrete floor, and you are running glycol through some kind of circulating system that is capturing that heat, right? The ability to swap in and out hardware is important when you're just talking about a heated slab. Well, swapping in hardware that is also producing Monero for you is an excellent way to further improve the efficiency of what you're doing. And it doesn't just have to be mining Monero either, people. Like, that, you could use the same principle for data centers. You can use the same principle for all kinds of other stuff. And this is a very important thing to think about for the future of humanity.
How many watts are these two CPUs burning that you mentioned with 183? Abdullah?
About 750 to 800.
Okay.
It depends on the fan configuration as well, but yeah, that's probably what they're doing, 850 max.
That's like what you would heat a small bathroom, right? That's enough, I think.
That's pretty much, yeah, that's plenty to heat like a large hall as well over time, I would say. Yeah.
TLDR for Alaska there, or Alaska's things earlier. Monero is real because I can buy a hamburger with it.
Yep.
For real.
I mean, that's why we're here, right? It has actual utility, and that's part of the reason that I was drawn to it as well. It's that something that works, and again, circling back to that whole math and objective truth and stuff, like, we've all been truth seekers to some degree. That's what differentiates us from, what people may just, live in their emotions and subjective experience. I'm not going to deny that our subjective experiences, but I'm saying that there is an objective truth that a lot of times, and so that's how we got here, and that's also why Monero is the best money that there has ever been, despite it not having physical properties, as Laskanon pointed out, the lack of tangibility.
I was thinking last night, I was looking at xmrbazaar, and I was like, the thing I don't see on xmrbazaar is bales of hay, ears of corn, pounds of copper, trees. We need these kinds of things, crabs. Like, whatever, those kinds of things. We need.
I think I literally sell every single one of those things.
Then you should be selling them on XMRbazaar. Why aren't you selling them on XMRbazaar?
I sell them for Monero. It's just like there's only 20 people in my neighborhood, you know. Like, they don't need me to post it on there just so you can come over and buy it.
I should point out that all of them are very active, xmrbazaar and Monerica and the others. They've really, you know, been working to draw in a lot of traffic for everyone on those sites. And so it's working, and just needs some more guerrilla marketing for merchant adoption. That, of course, starts with, you know, the grassroots thing, the local adoption. And there's definite scope where I am as well. And it's kind of unfortunate that, you know, I don't know. I guess we should probably make the best of wherever we are, because every place needs, you know, more freedom, more autonomy, and so that also presents more choice to the consumer. I would guess, like if you have all these kinds of things available for Monero, like Kashmiri carpets and what was it, crabs? So that you know, just allows even more freedom for anyone who wants to partake in that economy. And it is, boy, is it bustling. I mean, I can feel it, and there's a definite tipping point. I feel that you know, we're all just kind of. I mean, the market is obviously irrational, but still, there is a point where, you know, that it is really going to take off. I'm not being a moon boy or anything, but, you know, it feels like we've all been waiting for some time, and, you know, it's doing its job excellently, and it's just so easy. It's just like, yeah, okay, even if I don't want to spend, even if I want to hold on to it, it's just so easy and so convenient that you're just bound to, all right, here you go, and that's a deal. And so that's been happening on personal level for me as well. And so yeah, merchant adoption is the next probable stage. A little bit of that to increase reach. I think that deserves some attention now from my end as well.
I know how you feel, because when you're living through it, it feels like it takes forever. Like we're living through this Monero adoption day by day, and it just feels like it's taking forever. And then you look back 5 years and say, okay, where are we compared to 2019 with Monero adoption? And you're like, holy crap.
Yeah.
Like that's
completely
the kind of thing that happens.
Yeah, we're doing great. We're doing absolutely great. And I mean, it's a testament to collaborative spirit, right? That's something that other communities gravely lack. I myself, you know, being where I am, have been struggling to find collaborators for a long time. It just felt like, you know, I mean, we've just watched the news and all the stuff that was on it, and it just feels weird to me that the worst of humanity is getting a free pass, while genuine, good, hardworking people are getting just shafted. And I would say also that there's a rebellious streak as well, that ability to say no to authority. You know, don't want to kind of raise a flag or anything here, but I'm just saying that ability to think for yourself and also kind of say no to authority, and that's kind of what led us here. And so
I just wanted to tell a little joke about the rebellious nature. I found myself as a golfer now. I thought it would always be a thing of millionaires and Wall Street people, and what is the fun of playing that within a confined space? So I think that there is a natural radius of Earth for which that there is no pollution for one golf ball, where it is on one side there is like Monero Chan, on the other side there is like a golden goose, and around in the equator is like don't buy Monero, forget about inflation. And I think like that would be great to have lots of Monero balls, golf balls. Yeah.
Yeah, there's lots of scope for cool stuff, merch.
Yeah. It advertises better than stickers, because stickers are static. Like golf balls, you can hit them and it's cool. Like they get found. I really believe in that. It's not expensive either.
One of the principles outlined in Art of War is the idea that you can know how to win a war without actually being able to do it. And that's one thing about if you're thinking in terms of fighting a war that people have to be aware of. There are places that you can make moves to further guarantee your victory, but it does not mean that they are going to bring you the actual victory. And the best thing that Monero can do to guarantee victory when the opportunity arises, everybody has to see it and know about it as far and wide as you can make that happen. But the other thing is you build the infrastructure. And there are a lot of people who, even if they don't intend to accept Monero right now, just the means by which you build that infrastructure, the means by which they get comfortable with the idea that it exists and it can work and it is here just in case. Think about how many people have food rations in their cabinet or their basement or whatever. They're not buying it for tomorrow. They're buying it for maybe. And Monero for a lot of people might be a maybe scenario. But by virtue of them having it, it kind of reminds me of being armed to the teeth. I have never had to shoot a government agent in Alaska. Okay. Never had to do it. And even if I did, I probably wouldn't tell anybody about it. But the point is, the fact that there are guns, possibly even in this house right now, is the reason why the tyrants would have an incentive to stay at bay. And also one of the reasons why I can act freely and do as I wish, because somebody has to be at least as armed as me in order to have a fighting chance if they want to impose their will on me. So I can exercise more freedom knowing what I know about my armaments. And with Monero, you can do the same thing, where if people knew that they did not rely on the banks for their financial freedom, they had an alternative. And that's one of the reasons why I tell people when they're getting started, whether it's in the freedom movement or whatever, it's start with getting some Monero that you hold the keys to yourself. Start by getting one firearm. Start by getting just one method of communication that's secure and encrypted. You do not have to be a power hacker with, 76 fingers on all three hands, right? You do not have to be all the way. Just making that first step already separates you from the dependency. It takes you off of the government nipple and onto the freedom farm, right? So and that's what we're doing here. And I know that there's a lot of people who listen to this show who are already running a node on a computer and all that other stuff. But this is why I'm obsessed with the Nodo project. This is why I'm obsessed with the soccer game thing. I think Doug is the perfect face for Monero precisely because he gets these concepts of get it in the hands of the normie. That's a very important step. But I also want to just remind people there's a whole different side to the idea of, okay, we got to get it in the hands of the normie. It hurts to say, but the normie is not going to fight or win that war. Okay. most people, they will do incredible things to avoid fighting a war. In the end, it's going to come down to, are the productive members of society accepting Monero for their labor, for their goods, for their services, and so on. And the sheep will follow, right? If you get the rancher on board, all of his sheep by proxy are going to do it. Every person who depends on, this guy or that guy for their services, if they walk in there and it says 5% discount for the use of Monero, right? Eventually they're going to be like, well, I spend $800 a month at this establishment. Like, how do I get 5%? That's a lot of money, right? That's what's going to make them follow is, I accept Monero. I prefer Monero. Trade me for your Monero, right? And then that person might be like, well, how do I get my hands on some Monero? So I'll show you how to get my hands on Monero. And this is where people who are using Monero should certainly take the time to show others how to use Monero. How are you getting your Monero? What are other ways to get Monero? Because these things don't come naturally to a lot of people out there. But to win the war, you have to have the better option, and people have to know about it. So on the day when it is time to switch, and I'll give you a perfect example of the day that I would expect it's going to be time to switch. Okay. If the power brokers and the lizard people and the blood drinking demons or whoever it is that's running this situation are unable to rapidly switch over to their new currency system, we are on the precipice of the existing one collapsing. All right. And that'll probably start with simple stuff like bank holidays or negative interest rates or something like that to just stave it off long enough to create the public opinion that, yeah, we need to switch to, microchip, mark of the beast, CBDC, whatever it's going to be. Well, that's going to be the time to strike while the iron is hot, right? And a lot of people will be like, oh, I need to switch to gold and silver, blah, blah, blah. And then they're going to try to spend that gold or silver on, like, let's say their power bill. All of a sudden, it all breaks down. Monero would work a lot better than this, right? So, for example, if somebody wanted to get power to their house, I would be willing to bring them a generator and hook it up to their house and all that stuff. Would I take fiat for that? Hell no, I wouldn't take fiat for that. Yeah. I might take the silver, but I'd certainly prefer the Monero, right? Yeah, I'll get you power to your house. Yeah, I got fuel for you, but it's going to cost you some Monero, right? And there are so many things that you as an individual can do right now. It is really easy to get, soy, paraffin wax, and wicks on the internet right now. It is very easy.
On that note, last canon. On that note, since the total amount, like the human population is about 8 billion, if you divide it by 19 million or whatever, I think the per user Monero is like 0.0025. So
if
for
you
the
even
listener,
believe those numbers, I have no idea if those numbers are true, and they're literally guesses. So, but we'll run with it. Go ahead.
No, it's a protocol. There is a predicted supply and all that.
I mean, the population.
No, okay. You don't need to take the whole population. I'm just saying, on the light of what you have said, how much Monero should a noob buy for himself, like as a first step, or does that have any relevance in your considerations?
So if anybody wants to explore this on an individual level, I will absolutely try to make myself available to that. Bawdy does an excellent job covering some of the underlying premise for how to allocate certain amounts of wealth. But the easiest and most formulaic way to figure out how much a person should allocate into not just Monero, but any asset. Okay. The first thing you need to figure out for yourself is, what is your risk tolerance? And if you're not in the world of finances, that can be like, what the hell does that even mean? But it's actually very simple. Ask yourself, how much would you like to gain and how much can you afford to lose? Okay, because those two are almost universally inverse correlated. Okay. The market as a whole does a pretty good job of establishing the risk of something and the volatility of something. So there's an arbitrage. In other words, when there's a high chance for reward and a low chance for risk, the market will buy out whatever that is. Okay. So unless you're on the bleeding edge of finance or whatever, you're going to have trouble trying to find the high reward, low risk situations, because there are people that's what they do. But for you as an individual, you need to establish for yourself, how much can I afford to lose? And what is my tolerance for risk just generally? Okay. So establish your own risk tolerance. So usually for younger people, it's very high. Usually for older people, it's very low. Usually for people who are very well off, they can allocate a larger amount of their personal wealth to higher risk. People who are very poor should start by making sure that they have mitigated enough risk and then think about where they can get gains. Okay. So gold remains the crowned king of low risk. Okay. And it will probably always be that way within our lifetime. Okay. If you do not have gold, if you do not have silver, and you have, a personal means greater than, let's say, $1,000 or $2,000 in net worth, you should already be thinking about, do I have some gold or silver? But it takes very, very little. I'm talking like a half an ounce to have mitigated a large amount of risk. Okay. Monero, in my opinion, would be the third thing in that mitigating financial risk. Okay. So in other words, if you have gold, silver, and Monero, that should make up a large percentage for most people. Everybody is different. This is one of the reasons why it's very important to talk to somebody who knows finances about your own personal situation, because everybody is different. But you want to allocate a large amount of your own personal wealth into low risk assets until you've reached a certain point. Now, let me give you an example of some other really low risk assets.
Okay.
You should try to own your own house in some capacity. Okay. So, because you have to live somewhere. It's something that you have to pay for no matter what. A lot of people think they're going to make tons of bread getting into real estate, right? Real estate is definitely not for most people. And there are people who would tell you, oh, it's great, this and that. First off, if anybody's saying that people should just generally blanket get into real estate, that person is not to be trusted. Okay. Because they are clearly very ignorant, because there are upkeep costs to real estate. There are management risks to real estate. The risk in real estate is absolutely ridiculous. Okay. If you do not know what you're doing. So for example, I, as a person who can build and maintain a house, have a way lower risk than somebody who, like they're a graphics design consultant or something, right? And they do like, if you don't know how to fix or maintain a house, then you are depending on somebody else to fix or maintain that house. If you are not well versed in the laws that govern real estate in your jurisdiction, then you are depending on a lawyer or somebody to not land you in jail. Okay. The risks and things like that are absolutely insane. However, you have to have a place to live. So you can mitigate a lot of the money that you spend into trying to own your own location in some circumstances. Now, I would also point out that, like, let's say you are a tech field worker, right? Then renting is actually probably better for you. Okay. Because like if you spend, let's say 20 hours extra a week working on your job of choice, and then, you're allocating like 9 hours of that to pay your rent, as opposed to 12 hours or 13 hours paying your mortgage and the maintenance costs of your building or whatever, you can go farther with your wealth by not owning a building. Okay. And this is why I say that each individual is different. But for a lot of people, trying to own your own house may be a good idea. Okay. Because if you're going to spend the money anyway, and you don't plan on going anywhere, then it's a wise choice. Another example of diversifying.
Just a question.
Go ahead.
In the light of that, what you just said, would you advise for a person that is coming into the space and is not making so much money? Would you advise that person to buy Monero or to buy the hardware to mine it?
So just like I would say with gold, do not get into gold mining until you have physical gold in your possession. Do not get into Monero until you have acquired Monero, used Monero, spent Monero, and hold Monero. Okay?
Just buy Monero. I would tend to agree with that as well.
Yes, that's a fair.
Yes, because the technically savvy are the people who should go deeper than that. This is one of the reasons why the Nodo project is so important. Okay? Because there are lots and lots of people who would be better off staying in their lane, no offense, stay in your lane and be able to use the system effectively. You do not have to be able to fix a car to drive a car, okay? You do not have to be able to fly a plane to get on a plane and go to Hawaii or whatever, okay? Use Monero, know how to use Monero, acquire Monero, and hold Monero. That is, in my opinion, one of the most universal financial pieces of advice that I could give to anybody. Is like, because I can't even think of a use case that would be contrarian to that. Monero gives you freedom that no other technology does if you know the basics of how to use Monero. Okay, things that even gold can't do. You can get out of the country and take your wealth with you using Monero. Okay,
man, Monero, because it's like Christmas when you mine it, man.
Yeah, for people like Slave Blocker here, getting into the mining space is brilliant. You should absolutely do it. Absolutely. But I would say that is like 2% of the world that have the time and the cognitive resources to be able to actually dive into that sort of thing. If it is not for you, then go somewhere else. But definitely you want to have Monero, you want to spend Monero, you want to hold Monero. Like, the basics are vital to preserving your personal freedom and your financial independence. Because Monero is a means by which you can trade with anybody all over the world without using the banking system. And that is critical to your actual autonomy. All right. Gold used to be the place that you would go for those kinds of things, and it was terrible at it. All right. And gold bugs such as myself would always have trouble admitting this. I was always really honest about it. The shortfalls of gold are numerous when it comes to the things that people claim that it can do that it actually can't. All right. Gold is a powerful hedge of setting your wealth outside of the financial system and into the commodities-based system. I would call it a commodity hedge. Gold is always going to have a relatively stable price against stuff. Okay. So the more gold you have, the more insulated you are from the price of just regular stuff. But that does not mean that you can spend it. Okay. And this idea that gold is going to be this way that you are going to spend your way into luxury during a financial apocalypse is so brain dead. It is so ignorant, because during a financial collapse, the majority of the time, there's a productive collapse as well. So the actual value of stuff, it's a supply and demand thing, right? The supply of stuff will fall, and your ability to use gold to buy it will also become more and more difficult, Gold is not for people to get wealthy in the collapse. Gold is for people to get wealthy when currencies collapse. Stuff still has to get made. And if stuff isn't getting made, then gold is not going to help you. Okay. And so that's the underlying principle of you diversify into a lot of things. I mean, the other thing is I'm super anti-dollar, but I would encourage people, if you can, you should have physical cash that is outside of your bank, outside of the system, outside of all of that, because it's an emergency measure, right? When the banks collapse and your local gas station still has working pumps, you can take some of those fiat Fed notes and you can exchange your corruption-based monetary system units of account and turn it into fuel. Okay, so yes, you want to have some cash in dollars or maybe your local currency or whatever that you set aside, but it's a security measure. It's not because you're going to get gains on it. It's to protect yourself from losses, right? But Monero is different, and it's one of the reasons why I consider it one of the big three. And in most people's situation, like I would make the argument that if you're a city-bound individual, Monero makes a lot more sense than gold, right? Like I would start with your Monero stash and then get into gold, right? In fact, I would get your gold stash with some of your Monero. You can use that xmrbazaar website there to get yourself some gold, I've heard. But to insulate yourself financially, Monero is amazing if you live in a city. Gold, not so much. That's one of the reasons why this idea of like a physical wallet that maybe doesn't depend on the cell phone networks. There are people talking about like Monero splinternet theory, right? So in other words, what happens if some chunks of the internet get cut off from some other chunks of the internet? I don't ever hear people in Bitcoin talking about this, by the way. So you know where the nerds are at, all right? But the thing is in a splinternet type situation, Monero will probably thrive better than Bitcoin would.
I have a question just to top it off, I guess. Like I misspoke twice or more. I always thought that the 10 block lock time was also not just for the decoy selection algorithm, but also to cope with the reorgs. Like imagine if
actually originally that was the intention. You're right.
So if this is like Linux and this is like building the architecture for the, I'm not such a maxi, but doesn't matter. But the thing is like to measure if a transaction went through or not. You know what I mean? Like for every block, there should be at least one transaction to measure fake confirmations. Like there are 720 blocks per day, and there would be like would be centralized entities like Oracle type stuff that would measure how many fake confirmations, because reorgs are something natural, right? And I always had that illusion that if you can make like a transaction with like in one block and then following the other block you make another transaction, that would augment like higher, make more reorgs. But I don't think that's the case. That's just an illusion. But nevertheless, not to confuse, I think that measuring the amount of fake confirmations in a day is an important thing. And the question for me is like, will FCMP eradicate the 10 block lock time or not?
I mean, it's hard to know. Like, go ahead, Abdullah. I'm sorry.
Sorry. I was going to say the block limit is also for breaking timing analysis, like the exact problem that the chain analysis video was talking about, using malicious nodes, tying it to a known IP address, and then monitoring the times it was interacting with the Monero daemon with the blockchain in some way. So I don't think with the FMCP that would go away. I think it's a feature, not a bug.
Yes, I think it's really necessary, like, to make a transaction, and then, okay, fake confirmations are like 1 or 2 blocks deep. That's natural, I think. But you should mess around with it. You should wait like 10 blocks and have it locked. And then, like, that's why you have more wallets and more addresses to spend from. Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to add also that we've had this exact same decision to make on the Monero Pay interface on Nodo. So when entering the amount to receive, and then there's an option to select the zero confirmation. Like, it's not either or. You may want as a vendor to have fewer confirmations in order to confirm that transaction. And so there is a place for zero confirmation, accepting zero conf payments and 1 block and 2 block, etc. It depends on the amount, I guess, and your ability to kind of. I mean, if you're a workshop or an architectural firm, you don't need 0 block confirmations, because the amounts that is probably potentially involved quite large, or not as frequent to warrant quick returns.
Well, and I'm guessing that the amount of transactions that get a zero conf but then get purged from the mempool are like 0. There are none in Monero, right? But that's another feature that would be cool, like even for the Monero Nodo, like to have amount of fake confirmations for a transaction per day. Like for every block you would make a test transaction, but there would be funds that needed to be there. But I think that's a fair use case.
We've avoided keeping funds on Nodo itself. Even Monero Pay is just a wallet RPC interface essentially for your funds. So your funds aren't actually on Nodo. It's just generating the QR code and transaction scanning and so on.
I love that, because you mentioned something that always gets to me, and it's why the confirmations. So, I've seen like people require 3 or 4 confirmations to buy a gift card, and it's like, okay, but that's such a small transaction. Like if you're going to buy a car, yes, you absolutely should do 10 block confirmations. If you're going to buy a Starbucks coffee, a 0 conf is fine. It doesn't matter. So the fact that this Monero Pay or whatever will let you choose how many blocks before it'll accept is a really great thing, in my opinion, because then the merchant can decide what tolerance they want.
Yeah. So the solution is essentially a switch, 0 conf, and if that is switched on, then it's 0 conf, obviously. And then when it's switched off, you have the ability. Default is 10, obviously. We want to stick to defaults because that's also another measure that potentially can be used to differentiate from all the other transactions, right? So if all other transactions are 10 blocks and there's the stream of transactions with a particular fixed block confirmation, then that kind of stands out as well. So yeah, it's a manual entry, so you can do 20 blocks if you want. You can do 2, 4, whatever. You just manually enter that, and you're good to go.
I want to just read some of the stuff that people had tipped XMR chat, the Monero Talk XMR chat, real quick. So maybe said, the next step is to have a more portable device that can act as a standalone Monero D to make an in-person transaction, and that is all. Super minimum phone size, and people can connect to their own Monero node. It will still need a SIM card slot too. I mean, that's one way to go about it. I would like to see a way where people can connect to the internet without using that system. I guess if it was like 4 or 5G, it would probably be a lot more secure, but we'll move on. Just jumped on the live stream. I had a very slow internet. Yeah, we did see you, XMR Cash connection at my house, but I realized that my brother has better internet at his business. I'm going to order a Nodo and put it there Maybe I can get my brother to be interested in XMR too.
Oh, yeah.
I just wanted to point out, you know, one of the reasons why iPhones were highly popular is because the aesthetics of it. And I think the Monero Nodo has a certain visual appeal to it that is going to be a very attractive thing. So the more people see a Nodo, the more interested they're going to be in Monero. And that is an excellent sales blitz, let's call it. Daddy.
Yeah, and
Daddy says, awesome hangout, Rebels. Go ahead, Abdullah. Sorry.
So I just want to address that. So great that, yeah, that's the idea with Nodo, is to make it really attractive. But another thing that Apple devices were really popular and still are is because of the interface, like the aspect of the experience being easy and accessible to you. And I think that's really an underrated thing. Of course, there's been this battle between Android and Apple user interface, and Apple being slow to catch up, and Android being all over the place but innovating really quickly. And so it's a balance, and I think the good looks is something more than superficial. It's like that experience that that really makes it usable, like intuitive. I would say that I'm really trying to capture here. And also for the other question, sorry, what was that? Yeah, that's pretty much all I got. Sorry.
Did we lose Alaska, or is he still here?
I think
I forgot to take the mute off is what I did. Yeah, so awesome hangout, Rebels was what Daddy had said was the other thing, correct?
Yeah.
On the and Alaskan on it's a question that you answered anyway, so never mind. So I was on there too, guys. I forgot to. No, I don't think anybody read that. But anyway, it doesn't matter because I got to ask that question in person. To kind of continue with the thought process of the device being the sales pitch, which I think is very true. I think that, like, culturally speaking, Monero, like, within our group has done a really good job of being like the cool kids of crypto, right? Or the cool kids of cypherpunk, the ethos generally. But I think that Monero also has the power to make the cypherpunk ethos as a whole, like the cool kids, right? And I think that for those of you who would like to see the cypherpunk ideology kind of blow up, Monero might be the tool to do that, because even people who are like very straight edge have like this soft spot for shows about like cooking meth or whatever. I don't even remember what that show is called, but I don't watch TV, so you have to excuse me for being like outside of the whole TV thing. But like The Sopranos or whatever, Monero has kind of that like edginess to it that attracts people who are interested in resisting the system. I mean, even awesome hangout Rebels, right? Daddy gets it. Comments like that show us that we have the ability to make rebelling cool again. Especially at a time where pop culture is just saturated with like authoritarian bootlickers, right? And they've never been less popular and less interesting. Like, now is the time for us to really make the case that opting out is where the cool kids are.
Right on. I just want to say that Alaskan, you mentioned a really great point that earlier about like, you don't have to be this hacker with 73 fingers typing away doing hacker stuff. there's a lot of talent in the community as a result of being probably slightly deviated from the curve is a way to put it. And as a result, I think the combination synthesis of different versions of that, just as Doug and my collaboration led to Nodo, and his collaborations with other people led to xmrbazaar. So I really want to kind of encourage that. I mean, there is plenty of really smart people around, probably smarter than me. I have no shame in admitting. I mean, that's the beauty of it. That's how we're all collectively going to make something bigger and better, that it'll essentially improve our lives at the end of the day. So yeah, I mean, I'm open to any time, and if anyone wants to contribute, we're happy to get you on board on Nodo, get you working on, if you have ideas about stuff, about taking it further, we'll hire you, we'll pay you in Monero, and so on and so forth. And I've also been so-called listing my wares, so to speak. So I'm an artist as well, I make paintings by hand. None of that AI stuff. I mean, that's like 10. I've been doing it for a while now. And Nodo by far has been the most complex piece of artwork, I would say, because it is the level of complexity, the like the beauty of all those, the chipset and the whole thing coming together. I do see it as one of my artworks, and each time, strangely enough, a piece of work has always, it's like, I don't know, the work demands blood or something of this nature. But every time, I mean, I'm careful, but I work with my hands, and as a result of working every single time, I don't know, it's just weird that it happens, but it has taken something out of me, if not literal blood, which also has happened. And so Nodo is definitely an infusion of a lot of values, I would say, that go hidden beneath the surface, but that results in a product that behaves and feels a certain way when you use it. And it's kind of hard to really relate to what I'm saying without devices in your hands. And so I really look forward to having these in your hands and to hearing about what you think about them, and working to improve further, make it even better than it already is. Just as it has been happening, lots of community inputs that have been actually worthwhile because we've actively been listening for them as well. It's a different kind of approach to this conglomerate that is hidden behind some shell company with no contact details, or we're like right here. I mean, I listen pretty much every week. I heard the pretty much every single talk, and it's like this break away from like the what's happening out there. And earlier you used to be able to do your own thing, quietly in your cabin in the woods kind of thing. But now there's like so much encroachment upon even the most passive person, that even they are forced to find ways to defend their own sanity and sanctity. And so I mean, there's a lot more I can say about territorial stuff that's been happening, and I totally get it, and so it's I mean, I've been trying to get out there, and it's I'm not going to be able to make it to Mexico again for the second year in a row. And it kind of sucks, but at least, I mean, that's the great thing about the internet, right? It has enabled me to work and to build with some really fantastic people, and to actually make something worthwhile instead of, I mean, pure grift is what we're seeing, or they give you something and then they take something from you. It's always like this thing that you're trying to escape. And so it's a little bit more than just money or, a device that enables you to participate in that money, and a little bit more about your own life and sanctity. For me, like holistically, that's the reason it's been possible to keep going on something like this. And I do apologize. I way underestimated the time scales involved in the project of this nature, and how it can just, grow and expand in scope. But and so my projections have been way off. I have no problems in admitting it, and so I've learned quite a lot as well. There's so much that's gone on, and I really want to encourage anybody listening to, come on down and talk to us. If you have ideas, if you want to build some wacky things, there's plenty of time. We can make it happen. And don't think about the time, things are good. Time is going to go by anyway. I mean, what else are we working towards? Like, if not,
So Abdullah, can I point something out real quick though? So I backed a project pretty significantly, actually. In fact, this was when I had the means to back it a lot more than I even do now, right? The project was the Librem 5. A lot of us probably remember when Purism was aspiring to do something similar in the phone world that you have accomplished in the Nodo world, right? So for those of you who don't know, Purism is a company that had strived to basically like put free hardware on the map and do all of the same kinds of like moral achievements that the Nodo has actually accomplished. They had millions and millions of dollars and extremely sophisticated people working on it. Okay. To this day, a phone that I backed, I think 8 years ago. Okay. You can finally now purchase one this late in the game with 3 gigabytes of memory, 32 gigabytes of storage at $800. They're over budget. Their shipping infrastructure is a complete disaster. And these people had already gotten to the point where they were making laptops, where they had their own operating system. These people were so far ahead of where you started, Abdullah, like so far ahead of where you started. And look, I'm not even hating on the project. They gave it a go. They tried really fucking hard. Okay. And they didn't come anywhere close to where they hoped to be. I mean, their technology is way behind everybody else's. And you said, oh, it's not bleeding edge. I realize it's on the 8 architecture instead of like the 2 or 3 nanometer, right? I mean, most of my better computers are running on 8 to 10 nanometers, right? That's not bad at all. That's amazing, right? That's like absolutely capable of doing everything that you want it to do and more. And not only that, but you over-delivered on the promise, and you weren't that far out of the time scale. Now, I also said to the Purism guys when we started backing them way back in the day that they were trying for too much too fast, and they were going to be way outside of their time horizons. They were hoping to have it done in like 2 years, and I think it was about 9 years. So we're talking about, but I think that's the difference. You're an artist, and these guys are engineers, right? Artists do something with well, not that you're not an engineer, you're clearly one. It looks amazing on the hardware side and everything, but I'm just saying, like, an artist approaches something with a certain level of passion that cannot be replicated by those who are not familiar with that. And every time Monero Talk has an artist on this show, because I know that I am not an artist, I'm terrible at art. Like I'm probably the worst artist you've ever heard of. But I understand that artists do things that other people do not, right? So the guy that I work with on a daily basis, and he's the owner of the company that I work for as like my primary day job, right? He's one hell of an artist, right? And he's always getting things done so fast. I'm just watching him drag his entire team along with him, just plowing ahead like a raging werewolf, right? It's because passion is so powerful.
I hear you. Sorry, go on. All I can say is that I don't buy that you're not an artist. I think it's about leveraging. I mean, there's definitely some kind of cross-domain synthesis that's happening, and I mean, considering I've been unfortunate enough to have to be on Twitter a bit, and I see all the things that are going on with the VC world and all this trendy stuff about founder mode and project managers and all this stuff, and it's just so separated from reality that I mean, it's incredulous to me that these corporations are drawing in millions of dollars, and I mean, it's clear the amount of grift that's happening, and I don't know. I'm saying if actually got down to it, then there's a lot you could do for a lot less. As
Personally, I think the next project that Monero connoisseurs, Monero enjoyers, as you could call it, I think the next project should be something like this. You have, there's like a 5-tier goal. So each individual Monero enthusiast takes upon itself to graduate to tier 5, right? Or maybe that's tier 1 and you start at tier 5. Tier 1 is get Monero marketing materials in your hand and set up a, I don't know, conference or, showpiece or whatever, an educational event at some kind of establishment, and try to bring in a small audience to explain the use case and the reason why people should get into Monero, and then get that marketing material in their hand. And then step 2 is to have a follow-up course on the ins and outs of how to use Monero like a pro, right? So the first conference is, this is how you get a wallet. This is how you take Monero. This is how you spend Monero. Okay. Second course is, this is the different things that a wallet can do for you. This is what a node does. This is how you can run a node. And then step 3 is, this is how you integrate yourself into the Monero community, right? Like these are steps that you can take. And then included in that would be, get, 4 or 5 of your friends, get yourself your own Monero Nodo, and then, sync your light wallets there, and then run a node for the greater community, right? Like every node online is one less corrupt vehicle by which people can spy on your activities, right? And then the next one is, make your establishment a Monero-friendly establishment, right? So, and then we could even build it all out. Like, here's a slideshow presentation and all of the different file formats you might need. Here's a place where you can download and even print and have shipped the Monero marketing materials. Here's a pool of money managed by Abdullah or somebody, where if you do not have the money for your marketing materials, we can send them to you for free, right? And people can donate, you know, a couple of bucks here and there in order to make those marketing materials available, right? But as far as growing adoption, I think the best way to do it is the old school way of people who believe in it. They need to take it upon themselves to get out there and do a class or whatever. But what we should be doing as a community is empowering them. Let's have an open source, just like, you know, Get Monero, the website, right? There should be a place on Get Monero where you can download like slideshows, marketing materials, all of that stuff, and you can make it available to the public. You can go out there and evangelize, you know, spread the good news of Monero on a regular basis. And we should integrate the Nodo into that system. Like once, you know, 4 or 5 of your friends have gathered into this circle and you see the value of it and you see the value proposition, you're muted, Doug. So, but yeah, once
guys,
you,
I'm jumping in for a second. I have been listening in. Fantastic show. Abdullah, man, thank you for spending the entire 4 hours with us, by the way. Obviously, Alaskan on as always. But I got to close it out now because I think I'm the only one who can play the outro at this point.
Yes.
But I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to play the Monerotopia conference ad. I'm going to do that right now. And then I'm going to let Alaskan on close out with any comments, and then we'll close it out.
Do it again.
Are you interested in privacy, freedom, technology, and Monero? Come to the conference that has it all, Monerotopia 2024. Join us in our world class of cypherpunk speakers to discuss all things freedom. Engage in the Monero circular economy. Go shopping at the open-air Monero marketplace. Join a workshop. Enter a hackathon. Opt out of dystopia and into Monerotopia at Huerto Roma Verde, Mexico City, Mexico, November 14th through 17th. For only one easy payment of $89 for general admission, or get the VIP ticket for one easy payment of $249, payable in Monero, and enjoy discounted drinks at the bar and dinner with the speakers. Get your tickets now while supplies last. This deal won't last forever. Get your tickets now at Monerotopia.com. Enter promo code 1-800-MONEROTOPIA to get 10% off your order.
All right. Alaskan, anything you want to close out with before I hit the outro?
Closing thoughts for anybody. It's a very risky endeavor for a show like Monerotopia to engage in things that are more technical, like the form and function and purpose of the Monero Nodo. But it is done for a reason, and that is these are important things to consider when you're pursuing actual freedom on a global scale. And so for one, we appreciate Abdullah coming on to explain what is going on and why, and we appreciate the attention of the audience. But that said, it is incumbent on all of us to get out there and make people aware of what Monero can do, or what Monero and the Nodo can do for them, why they should be interested. So take this knowledge and make it available to the common man, and get out there and teach somebody. It's very important.
All right. Well, we will end it at that. And another marathon as usual. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. It's an amazing show today. As always, we do these shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. Grab your tickets to Monerotopia if you don't have them already. We'll be adding a virtual conference ticket soon, but much rather you guys come down there in person. And we'll see you next week. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you to everybody that participated. Super huge thank you to Abdullah and Brindel for coming on today and giving us the update. Monero, bro, I see you trying to say something there, man. Thank you so much. And I know I'm pretty sure we'll see you down in Mexico City.
What is it?
All right,
Yeah, let
I'm
me
gonna
say
close it out,
something,
bro.
please. Let me say something.
Okay, go. Say.
It's funny.
Go.
It started with it's like it's keeping in my head this meow. Come ahead, speak freely on the Monerotopia meow, and cyberpunks are freely to come and speak freely. But please, the real cyberpunks, stay at home. We need you underground. Don't expose yourself. You are threatened by by the ones that want to hurt you, like the real code, the hard software developers. We need you to stay underground. You are threatened like Samurai Wallet, right? And really,
leave the violence to us. All right, we'll handle that part. You write code.
Thank you, my friend.
You sure about that? But we should take care of them, yeah, and be aware that they are threatened by any kind of governments that are playing by rules, and we should be, yeah, I mean, cover them, get their bags, right? Only the ones that want to risk their lives come over to Mexico.
I'll be there.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I wouldn't be that worried, man. We're not doing anything wrong here. We're all on the right side of history, so they could all go fuck themselves. I'll be out there at Monerotopia this year and for every year thereafter, and I do consider myself a cypherpunk and a crypto anarchist. But yeah, those that have a different threat model that need to stay safe, by all means, of course. And I think that's a great component to the Monero community. This is just the tip of the iceberg, right? There's many more of us that are lurking underground, that are anon, and important that a certain subset of us remain that way. But thank you to everybody, and we'll see you next week.
For
Ciao.
all the cyberpunks, meow.
Have a great week.
Thank you for joining us on this week's Monerotopia episode. We stream live shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. You can find and subscribe to our show on YouTube and Odyssey, or listen to the podcast on iTunes, Spotify, or Stitcher. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter or join us in the Monerotopia Telegram group. See you all next week.
I gotta go help some